I apologize to everyone for the delay. This is mostly my fault. We were doing a few things, and then we ended up getting stuck making some attempts on O12S, which are actually going pretty well. I do think we could do that, but it's like, you know, I need to actually eat and take a bit of a break. You know, get up, stretch, drink some water. Speaking of which, I literally haven't even refilled my drink. FF14 streaming. I love this game. I love streaming this game. I do. But man. Alright. I actually agree. Once you said something in chat, Rax. You said the female is the one who does the knockback. I was like, oh, okay. And that's pretty much, that pretty much synced it for me. And I just kind of started hugging her from then on and didn't get knockback from then on. I did get missiled, meteor striked, but that's me. I failed to get close enough to people after the big beam attack before I got nuked to the face. So that's my fault. Alright. I do want to show off the new outfit just a little bit. See if I can get a better lighting. No, I'm probably going to have to go outside for lighting. Is there sunlight right now? There's kind of sunlight. I don't know where am I? I'm actually going to need to go this way, because I told him I'd be back. And I am a man of my word. You may notice my red mage has a slightly different outfit. We did get the full Alexander outfit that I was hoping for. Thank you once again, everyone, for helping me get this sucker. What? Not you. Not you. There. But yes, this is my new outfit. I'm not going to do red mage today, but I absolutely adore the Alexander gear. And I think the caster outfit looks especially good. And getting the full suit, I actually have the red mage hat because I think it looks better. Wait, is the bot not? Why is the bot not catching? Oh, I was going to say, Robostall, the bot's up! What the hell? Anyways, I'm being attacked by Zed Slayer, so that's terrifying. But yes, thank you everyone for help. And between this and Byako's, my red mage, this is actually my... So, anybody who's known me for a while knows that I've actually been wanting this outfit, the Alexander caster coat, for at least 2 expansions. At least as far back as Stormblood. I know Rax was actually a part of some of those early attempts at doing A12S. And it didn't go well. Didn't go well, but yeah, we have actually finally managed. It only took like 3 years or whatever to get there. And Byako's just completes it perfect. Byako didn't even exist back then. One moment, I need to respond to Lore Mom. I am feeling a bit better, comma. Thank you for asking, period. What's on your schedule today, question mark. I totally think we can get most of OS in general. But to explain a little bit to Rax, because I didn't explain to him because I was in such a hurry. The reason I started with O12S is something Pax and I, and Gary and I actually also, used to do back in the day, was, it's like, okay, we need to test if we can go back and two-man this particular content. So, we start on what we think is going to be the hardest thing. We start on the most difficult content that we can. So I figured starting on O12 was probably the best way to do that. Considering how well we were doing, I absolutely think we could smash most of the other previous O's. But anyways, let's look at Mr. Red here. Pull out your weapon, Mr. Red. Pull it out, or else. Mr. Red also got a new outfit in there. There we go. There's this sucker. I actually, so the original reason I became aware of Alexander gear was because I saw someone with that sword. And I was like, so, what's that sucker? And someone's like, oh, that's the Alexander weapon. And I was like, oh, dude, I need that. Oh, it's Dark Knight only? Oh, that sucks. But, point being that Mr. Red apparently does agree with me and that is an awesome sword. And it looks cool, but I love the Alexander gear in general. Almost all the Alexander stuff looks cool. In fact, I actually also picked up the weapon, Alexander weapon right there. Oh, nice. So this is Bragwin, sporting the latest in... Get out of the way. Yeah. Sporting the latest in, we don't know how to color coordinate fashion. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. I do love the glasses. They're a good fit. Very nice. Very nice. Now, I need to see if this is spam. It probably is, so I'm sorry. Give me just one moment. It is super spam. They need to help me with all those debt and credit issues. It's just, you're going to jail forever and you don't understand. You gotta give us money right now. This is just idle stance. I do have a couple of other ones. That doesn't seem like the one it used to be. God, I love Byaku's weapons so much. I had to hold myself back. I actually used 2 Byaku's weapons in my final transmog, one for Red Mage and one for Warrior. I had to hold myself back from using Byaku's on even more weapons because I just absolutely love the aesthetics of these things. It's black and white, and you know me, but it's also got that wonderful, like, black lightning and ink thing going on, and that's just so cool. Anyway, sorry. When last we left the story, I swear we'll actually play the game here. Let me make sure we're all in good. Yep, okay. Our issues do seem to be resolved, hopefully. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Theoretically, we shouldn't have any more crash issues. And then we crash right then, since I said that. That is how that works. I do think it was OBS, though, which may cause issues later, but for the moment is not going to be a thing. Alright, so now we have to go and... look at the other thing. So I am going to smash through some questions. We actually have a pretty big backlog of questions. So I'm going to smash through some questions while we go do the other things. Wait, hang on. Let's switch back to being a Dragoon. Because today we're a Dragoon. Actually, you know what? Hang on, Dan. Just so you can see it in a cutscene. You're about to see us in a cutscene here. So Jesse Ward asked, I don't know what it is in terms for this game, but is a Smith Enchanter a viable build as far as most combat situations? So the easy answer is no. But in terms of smithing and enchanting, the build you want is this one, the Red Mage, the one I am currently playing. Which is probably closest thing to a Magic Knight that we're going to get in this game. Gridania and Ul'dah, right. So let's get Gridania out of the way. Nobody likes Gridania. And I think we're going to end in Ul'dah anyways, so off we go. I should probably leave party. I don't think I need to, though. Dr. Winter says, isn't flying in an open area often hard to account for? No. What's your favorite muscle group to train? Asks. Oh, right. Asks Sonic Doctor. Shoulders and chest in general. I don't actually remember what that's called off the top of my head. But I love to do big arm, sweeping butterfly pulls, stuff like that. Or, I'm pretty flexible in general, but I do prefer to work my upper body whenever I can. Not actually the arms themselves. I mean, I have decent biceps and decent triceps and decent whatevers, but hey, it's Eris. But in general, what I tend to push is more shoulders, chest. Is it really? This is... Okay. And, well, enjoy the music for a second, because I'm going to answer some of the rest of these. What's my favorite... oh, hang on. Could I ever see an alternate timeline where Bill Murray played Emperor Palpatine? No. Which Final Fantasy Ifrit looks the best, in your opinion? That's actually a tough question, but I'd say either this one or FF10s. Followed closely by FF11s, actually. It looked very cool. Did I see the comment on the Lord of the Rings Amazon trailer? No. Are all the instances story significant? I'm going to go and say yes. There is obviously a gradient of relevance with regards to story, but there's no such thing as this instance that doesn't have a story in this game. There's no such thing as a dungeon or a raid or something that doesn't have... The closest thing you get to that would be the guild tests, which isn't what we're talking about. Those are different. So I should probably... Well, I don't have to disband group. We're good. is the only way to do them playing with other players. Kind of, yeah. If you happen to not have a group, or simply don't want to play with a group of randoms, but you still want to do the content, well then it sucks to be you, because your options are to have a prefab or to accept pugs. Now that being said, this game is actually extraordinarily solo-friendly. It is... You're not going to have as great of a time with pugs, but at the same time, I would say percentage-wise, I only spend maybe 10 or 15% of my time with pugs, you know, failing miserably. Oh my goodness, comma. I'm sorry it's so cold over there, period. It's been bouncing back and forth between hot and cold here, comma. I literally have to change my heater into an air conditioner and vice versa every day, period. Could you overlevel them and disable level scaling? Not as much as some other MMOs, so... I don't have an umbrella, Zero. And I'm too tall for yours. So, WoW has a mechanism which I actually really love. The way this mechanism works is... The greater difference between the enemy's level and your level, the more an extra layer goes on the formula. So if you are about 10 levels above an enemy, it does substantially less damage to you, and you do substantially more damage to it. This mechanism exists for people to be able to go back and solo content, right? It's a cool concept, and I love it. FF14 does not have that. So to give a personal perspective on this, my dancer, who is level 90, and in pretty good gear... I know, right, Rax? I'm a little tall. My level 90 dancer was incapable of soloing a level 60 raid. I actually know that because I tried that this morning. Now, with a group we were able to do it just now, that's where the outfit came from, but as far as actual soloing, no, it's not really a thing. So hang on. Yes, that's the question I was just answering, Dr. Winter. Casual says, do you think it's likely the Creative Business Unit 3 will learn anything from 16 that'll be beneficial 14? Maybe? But, and in no way do I mean this as a negative thing, but let's be very, very clear. I honestly think that a lot of the problems with 14's design are not intentional. They're just, you know, limitations. Like, so, okay, the tech I literally just talked about, the WoW tech, the WoW, you know, you're stronger because you're higher level tech. I'm not sure that's actually possible in FF14. I don't mean that as a negative thing. I don't mean that as a dig. I mean, I'm not sure the game engine can actually support having another formula layer on top of everything that's happening at every point in time to make that happen, right? So, while they might learn stuff in FF16, most projects are a learning experience to some extent or another, I'm not sure it's really going to be anything that they can use for FF14. Savicom, what's up, Zero? What are you giving me? I think I might have that. Where would I check that? What's that under? There's no toy box like there was in Guild Wars 2, so I'm not sure what it is. Anyways, Ross says, are you covering the content you already reviewed in the FF14 run last year? No. Maybe. Savicom says, is there a weapon in this game that looks like a lightsaber? Rax, I'll defer that question to you. Zachtev says, do you like this quote from the Iron Man movie? There's plenty of money in the world, but only one mind of Tony Stark. I mean, yeah. Dr. Winter says, a question about story positives and negatives. Will we focus more on overall arcs, or will it be as in-depth as usual? It will absolutely be as in-depth as usual. Individual scenes, or... individual scenes, individual characters, all that stuff are viable for pluses and minuses. And there's actually another variable to that, which hasn't really come up yet, but it absolutely will. As usual, there is a bit of a thing. So let's say, for example, there's a problem with the quest design. The yellow quests suck in ARR. Well, that's a negative, right? Or 2 or 3. But then we get to Heavensward, and the yellow quests suck. Well, that's a negative, and so forth and so on. Does that make sense? So in other words, we are reviewing this, for all intents and purposes, the same way we are reviewing any other game. The same format and formula is being applied. Have I seen any of the Lupin the Third? No. Do I think Iron Man could tear through every bioweapon in Resident Evil? If you had the gear, yeah. If they coincide, will you pause the run and watch the live event for FF14 with OCP? Absolutely 100% not. No. Because that is an event for new stuff, for players who are up to date. I am certainly not one of those people. It is not guaranteed that there will be spoilers in that pod thing, but there's at least a chance that I'm trying to walk in unspoilered. Also, we'll be streaming when it goes live. Robostall says, where are we at this story? Right now we're finding out, we're having a giant bucket of exposition dumped on our face. What's my favorite night theme? Probably Ulda. Which is the best self-buffer and which is the best group buffer? So, FF14 actually doesn't have buff classes in the way that several other games do. Okay, I'm sorry, I hate this song. I thought I'd be through these questions by now. Get away from this nonsense. Just please stop playing. Thank you. God. Here, I'll stand over here. I'll look forlornly into the distance. If only my one true love, absolute power, was here. So 14 actually has a limit. I don't think it's a hard limit, but it's a causes issues limit in regards to how many buffs an individual target can have and how many debuffs an individual target can have. So FF14 tends to lean away from being very buff heavy or very debuff heavy. So it's not like, to use a direct example, WoW, where your Demonology Warlock can put up something like 15 dots on a thing simultaneously if you get the full combo running, right? It doesn't work that way, because they can't. Apparently it is actually a hard limit, my apology. So FF14, by design, tends to lean away from that. So as Rax says in chat, they tend to spread out buffs. That being said, if you want to play a buffer and a debuffer, Dancer or Bard. And hey, let me get rid of some of this stuff here. Let me talk to my mother. Don't you have something to either heat you up or keep you cold? Question mark. Cold. Hey, Pillow Willow. Solidarity. We sick people gotta stick together. I mean, I don't know. You know. Village Idiot says, does the Empire... Oh, that's an extant question. I'm gonna pull back to that if that's okay. I'll come back to that after we do the cutscene we're about to watch. Linearith says, would you say the anti-co-op nature of FF14 is to protect relative supporters? No, if I had to put a finger on it, I would say that the anti-co-op nature of FF14 is A, a severe counter-reaction to FF14 1.0, and B, a limitation of the systems they use. Later on, we haven't really seen this now, but later on, especially when we get to Stormblood, there will be quests which are solo by design, if that makes any sense. In other words, they're designed and mapped around you being there by yourself, and they actually don't want another player in the quest, in the cutscene, and in the fight you're doing for that cutscene. So I think it's something they just kind of leaned into after a certain point. This is related to that whole thing I talked about earlier, where I mentioned that FF14 there is one Warrior of Light in lore. The cutscenes certainly apply this. Now, I do absolutely think there are ways around this. I've said this before, but Guild Wars 2 is a perfect example of this. So let me use an actual example of something that happens. So let's say that there's a quest where Zira there goes and does the story mission, the main story quest. And Zira is obviously the only person there in lore. But the rest of us have decided, hey, we're here. And we're also helping them. So Zira is the only person there. Gets their full class and abilities and all that fun stuff. The rest of us, all this group over here, we're all these little bots that are helping Zira out with that specific mission. And we actually get unique abilities to that specific quest, to that main story quest, to help out, right? And we can use stealth, or we can stun things, or whatever. And they do this consistently. It's actually a really cool system in Guild Wars 2. And it's kind of an in-between between WoW, where they just let you have however many players you want there, and FF14, where they mandate the solo thing. Because in Guild Wars 2, there is also one commander. That's the main character in Guild Wars 2. But they can still do the co-op experience, because other players can participate and stuff, and blah, blah, blah. Also, whenever there's a serious fight in Guild Wars 2, you're just there. There's just other players there. And that's because they want you to be able to participate in the fight. And Guild Wars 2's fights are actually extremely mean in the main story quest. I love them. Anyways, so. Am I planning to do all the side quests? Yes. Am I planning to do all the class job quests? Yes. When first facing the idea with his... hang on. Village Idiot asks another awesome question, which I'm going to hold off. Robostall says, do I feel there's a lot of story beats that are wasted potential in FF14 in general? Not really. They do a pretty good job of following through on most things. It's not like... well, WoW, to be blunt. I love WoW's story, don't mistake me, but God, they just dropped the ball on that so hard. And Colin Peluso asks a question out of absolutely nowhere. What is your favorite classic 2D animated Disney film of all time? After having gone through the Disney block in recent memory, I would go ahead and say it is The Lion King. Triaxis says, do you know Guild Wars 1 creators inform players that the servers are so cheap to maintain and run that they can almost never get shut down? Yes! See, the thing here, and most people understand this, I've actually talked about this before, how much it pisses me off when an MMO gets the plug pulled. Maintenance mode, once you actually have gotten everything in place, servers are nice and ready to go, everything's cool, you've got a weekly reboot just to make sure nothing really gets clogged down in the server, that costs pennies. And that's not an exaggeration. That costs pennies once you've pushed an MMO down into true maintenance mode, especially if you've done it properly. So yeah, Guild Wars 1 will be there for decades unless someone else moves in and pulls the plug for no good reason. Yeah, even the electricity costs for keeping it up are pathetic. It's why I get so angry when Earth and Beyond is pulled, when Asheron's Call is pulled, when Asheron's Call 2 is pulled, and Star Wars Galaxy is pulled, and so forth and so on. Maintenance mode is a thing, and it is not expensive. Anyways. I know, right, Duralis? It's just... Anyways, sorry. So, we've caught up a little bit on questions. Let's go ahead and see our next exposition-laden cutscene.
I lost my son to the calamity.
The 3 Seedseers are all together.
Some say you couldn't take a step without stumbling over a body. Our forebears were once strangers in the Twelves Wood. Fearful of the Green Wrath, they hid themselves in the dark recesses of the earth. Yet they dreamed of basking in the dappled sunlight of the forest. Through great effort, they proved their worth to the elementals, and were granted a place beneath the boughs. So it was that Gridania was born, some 5 centuries ago. Working hand in hand, the Hyur and the Elysian settlers sowed the seeds of our civilization, and so nourished by the waters of unity, and blessed by the light of the matron, Gridania flourished into the great nation it is today.
Yeah, she's not a bad actress, but she is very flat. I would probably expect better than this from the theater at this point, to put it into perspective.
Do you see the Gridanian standard? There, hanging behind the Elder Seedseer. The entwined serpents represent the unity between Hyur and Elysian. An elegant symbol, do you not agree?
Not really. I mean, nobody likes Twin Adder, okay?
In accordance with the will of the elementals, we have embraced a life of peace. Alas, our neighbors have not always sought the same for themselves, nor for us. Though we Gridanians have no love for war, we have still less for those who would threaten our way of life. Ever have we fought to protect the sanctity of the Twelves Wood.
Quick aside, I might be misremembering, but if you're wondering why the camera's focusing on these two, these are part of the White Mage story arc, which has a lot to do with what she's talking about, the whole connection to the woods, and so.
When the Garlean Empire brought its war of conquest to Eorzea, we rallied under the noble standard of the Twin Adder that we might push back the encroaching darkness. And it was we who prepared the ground for the reformation of the Eorzean Alliance, that all the peoples of this realm might stand united against the common threat.
I mean, they're all kind of bad, Dream Whisperer, although, in lore, I would probably take Limsa Lominsa 10 times out of 10. Just, you know?
"5 years ago, the Alliance met the armies of the Empire upon the fields of Cartano. It would prove the bloodiest battle in recent memory. Countless Gridanian lives were lost. As Supreme Commander of the Order of the Twin Adder, ever shall I bear the weight of our people's sacrifice. Alas, their loss was not the only tragedy to befall us that day, for soon came the calamity. The scars borne by our forest are a constant reminder of its violence. Our lives have been irrevocably changed. Each waking hour, a struggle to survive. Driven to desperation, some among us have strayed from the path of righteousness, resorting to banditry, poaching, and other unconscionable deeds. To compound our woes, the Ixal have returned in force, emboldened by our suffering. They test our defenses nigh without cease, and prey upon the vulnerable.
I mean, actually, the elves aren't all that bad, von Falkenstein, but Gridania... Here's my outfit, by the way. Gridania has... God, where do I even begin? We kind of talked about this earlier. They have to constantly, and I mean constantly, play a balancing act with the elementals, is what they call them, which is the various spirits that exist within the woods around them. And those elementals are mercurial, I think is the word I would use there. They do not give a damn. They can be placated, obviously, because they've managed to make the thing here. But yeah, fickle's a good word. They're just kind of...
So beleaguered from within and without, it is of little wonder that our unity now falters. Dark times are upon us.
Time was a man could walk the highways without fear.
On this day, 5 years ago, countless Eorzeans laid down their lives that we might behold another dawn. Please join with me in honoring their memory.
And how do you propose to honor the memory of those you cannot remember, pray tell?
What do you know? She does speak before coils. Holy crap. Also, that... I had to actually... You saw me react, right? Like, wait, was that Alize?
The destruction wrought by the calamity was indiscriminate. It dealt death to Eorzean and Garlean alike. Yet while we have labored to rebuild our homes, to rebuild our lives, the Empire has set about raising steel fortresses here in the Twelveswood.
I'm muted.
Let none be mistaken. The Garleans remain the greatest threat to our survival. If we are to stand against them, we must remember what it is to be united.
So let me remind you about this woman named Garuda. She's apparently super sexy, I guess. That's all everyone ever talks about her. No, for real, though. One of the things that... what was I saying? Alize. I actively disliked Alize. Dude, I don't know, Bragwin. Was the fact that, you know, she was just a twat, and she was just irritating, and she only had like 4 lines of dialogue or whatever it was. And then, coils. And yeah, okay, that did actually turn me around a bit. Also, she did some really great stuff later, but I'm getting off topic.
Our many troubles blind us to the woes of our fellow man. Thence is harmony lost. Yet harmony is the founding principle of Gridania. We are gathered here to honor the fallen.
Oh, by the way, when they say harmony, what they mean is Season 1 TNG Federation diplomacy. Points if you get it.
Let them be honored not only in word and thought, but through concerted action.
Listen, all I'm saying, Bregwin, is those feathers... Ugh.
I bid you, join hands with me once more beneath the Twin Adder standard. And together, let us heal the forest's wounds, that our progeny might live in harmony beneath these ancient boughs. For serenity, purity, and sanctity.
I mean, don't mistake me. I'm actually very pro-diplomacy. I'm very pro-cooperation. Anybody who knows me knows that. I think it oozes out of me without me even trying to let it out, that I'm really pro-cooperation, understanding, tolerance, respect, etc. But there is such a thing as too much, and these people, they really do just kind of go, yep, go ahead, step on me. Ugh.
We must think of the children.
Woods will be done.
It's up to us to protect the
All
forest.
the elementals!
This is why I've never joined the Adders, by the way. I've actually joined the Maelstrom on another character. The account I played before this one, which was when FF14 Error came out, we actually joined the Maelstrom for that one. And then this time around, on the second account, or I guess third account technically, we played and did Flames. And I'll never join the Twin Adders. Oh my god, get out of my eye, Ragwin. Just because I said the feather thing.
Fancy meeting you again.
Do you have to sound so snide? Can I speak to your director, please? Just, you don't have to fancy meeting you again. Like, it's just rolling off his tongue. Oh my god. It's even, I mean, Alice is even better, though. She's literally pouting. Look at her. She's the one on the right. She's just like, I can't even. No, I'm not here. This is beneath me. The Gridanians are unfortunate enough to have to contend with two beast tribes. The Ixal are unquestionably the more troublesome, being of naturally warlike disposition, and want to summon their bloodthirsty primal, Garuda. The Sylphs are actually awesome. So I know we talked earlier about how the Mughals are like the best beast tribe and all that, but that's actually a lie, because the Sylphs are actually the best beast tribe. I love the Sylphs. I actually did the Sylphs daily quest chains just because I liked them so much. No joke. Anyways, alas, they have grown aloof. A change observed at roughly the time they summoned the primal Ramu. Which I'm never pronouncing Rama, so don't even ask me to. The Gridanians have no love for war, and they consider open conflict a last resort. Though they clash with the Ixal ever more regularly, you may be assured they do so in self-defense. As for the Sylphs, they are as yet bound by a peace treaty, though one wonders how long it will be before it is broken. What are you talking about, Mouse? Oh, God! Where did that come from? The Twelveswood was grievously wounded during the calamity, leaving Gridania vulnerable to attack. The people are hoping to restore their wood, and thereby the power of the elementals, and that'll put an end to their woes. How long will that take? Centuries, I'd wager. Honestly, probably never. Meanwhile, the Ixal will continue their incursions, spurred on by Garuda and her insatiable appetite for destruction. Whether the Gridanians like it or not, sooner or later it will come to all-out war, and when it does, the Order of the Twin Adder will need all the help it can muster. Yeah, they never win PvP matches. How valuable might the aid of an adventurer prove to them? Well, sucks to be them. God, your outfit sucked in air. Look at that thing! I know I was making fun of Minfilia earlier. Those outfits are worse in every way. They have, like, a bodysuit on underneath, but random chunks of it are, like, cut out, like, on the sides and on the legs. I'm just gonna pretend nothing that is on my screen is currently on my screen. Like, what in the Frel? And then they've got, like, the weird outfit on top, which is, like, clasped in weird angles. And it's just weird. It's just weird. It's just weird. There's nothing else for it. They're just standing there, menacingly. The quests I'm doing... Okay, so there are very, very few quests you can't do on one character, and we've kind of shown off the overwhelming majority of them already, which is the stuff at the beginning of the game. Otherwise, you can do pretty much everything, Magister. Whoops, went too far. Pay attention, Mark. Pay attention. There, so we'll go back to being... Wait, hang on, what's another outfit I could show off? There we go, here's an outfit I could show off. Swap between cutscenes here. Ignore my giant moon glaive axe. God, I love that thing.
Behold, 'tis the Sultana Nanimo herself!
And Roban as well!
Hark you, souls of flame, drawn to the bosom of the desert, where the fire burns brightest and shall rage forevermore.
Hurrah! Roban!
Where since antiquity, under the sage and judicious rule of the Ur dynasty, we have wrought sand into gold. Where by the grace and glory of Naldar have our brave sons and daughters flourished and prospered. I speak of Uldar!
Look at me just towering over everyone.
General's back flies the Grand Company's standard. Note the sigil. The golden scales of order balance the jewel of prosperity with the flame of might.
Great and many are the gifts our nation has given the realm. In Eorzea's darkest hour, on the killing fields of Cartano, none spent more in blood and gold than we. Thus was the 7th Imperial Legion laid low.
So that's how it happened. How soon history forgets.
Yet many left our gates, never to return. Let us pray for our absent brothers and sisters, that they might know happiness in the great beyond, as Thal's honored guests. If the fates were fair, the price we paid that day would have bought us victory. Alas, they are not.
By the way, what's doubly funny about this is even if we didn't get the little hint from Alphino saying flat out, you're lying, we literally at this point, even if you've never even heard of FF14 1.0, have already seen the cutscene where they got stomped back in the Battle of Kurtno.
And now, but 5 years into this 7th Umbral era, the spirit of sacrifice which granted us our strength is all but dead.
That's right, sacrifice brings strength. Now chop off your arms.
Look around you. What do you see? A people divided, downtrodden, and enthralled. Where are the merciful alms of the rich? Where is the just steel of the righteous? I ask you, is this the great nation our brothers and sisters gave their lives to save? You who call this living, dishonor the name of the immortal flames. It is but a slow death. Our enemies surround us. The savage hordes of the Amalja wait beside our roads, strangling the lifelines of trade.
Maybe if you actually, sallied out a little bit and protected something other than the city you exist in.
Meanwhile, the Garleans make mock of our borders and despoil our land of its natural wealth. We stand on a precipice, yet we do not act.
Well, I mean, the people who are actually in charge...
Whether trader or soldier, monetarist or royalist, all must recognize that a divided Uldar stands to fall. Victory victory and fortune walk hand in hand. Ye who seek glory and wealth, look not to what little you can snatch from your neighbor, but to the boundless wealth of the world beyond. Now is the time to unite. Now is the time to ride forth. In the name of the Sultana, I beseech you. Line not your own coffers, but those of the immortal flames. Seek not to prosper from Ul'dah, but to restore her to prosperity. As the realm prospers, so shall Ul'dah. As Ul'dah prospers, so shall her people.
Ja, for Ul'dah!
Together we are one.
Your Grace.
Raoban? People of Ul'dah, I, Nanimo, 17th in the line of Ul, address you.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that earlier, Rax, and it's a little bit eerie. I wonder if it's on purpose. In reverse, obviously.
Much has been made of the wealth of Ul'dah.
Yeah, I should probably mention, by the way, that if you were to count the amount of money that the 6, I think it is, members of the Syndicate have, it's more money than the other two, the GDP of the other two city-states combined.
Yet those who measured that wealth in coins and carats are gravely deceived. For the true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her people. Beloved subjects, I bid you raise aloft the torch of Ul'dah, that her flames might serve as a beacon for all Eorzea to see.
Yeah, we haven't shown off the Golden Saucer yet, nor will we for a bit. But when we do, try to remember that one person owns that place.
Long live Nanamo!
Glory to the Sultana!
For victory and fortune, stride fearless into the Inferno, for we are, by fire, reborn!
Oh my god, it's Ragnaros! But yeah, Rax is quite correct.
Sooth,
The time is now!
Fancy meeting you again.
I like how Alize is just you can almost see the subtitle there. Like, just, I'm so done with this. Look at her face. Anyways, as Rax pointed out, there is very much a 0.1% problem in this planet in general. Not just in Eorzea. The Garleans, actually, we meet quite a few Garleans. They're pretty decent folk. And then there's the super rich or the super powerful on top of the others who are, you know. Most of the Uldanians, as far as individual people, they're actually pretty legit. Except for the super rich and super elite on top of them. When we get to Ishgard, most of the Ishgardians are actually legit. And will be some very cool people there. Except for the... Yeah, I was gonna say, when we get to Kagane, I'm just saying, it's a little bit of a trend. The Uldans have a long history of conflict with the Amalja, the beast tribe that worships the primal Ifrit. Wouldn't that be past tense? Judging by your look of distaste, I take it you have encountered them. The Uldans do not shy from confrontation. If aught threatens their precious prosperity, they will seek to crush it. So they have dealt with Ifrit thus far, smothering his flames each time he is stoked to life. Yet he is but one of several problems. Though they have been quiet these past 5 years, the Garleans have not gone away. Meanwhile, refugees continue to arrive in droves, and Ul'dah has no clear policy on how to deal with them. By the way, this is actually going to be a thing later, but just to make it clear, there's actually no legal framework for refugees, and the way that they define their legal system is that only Uldanians have legal rights. So, not even the Sultanate's coffers are bottomless, and even assuming they had the coin, resources will ever be finite. Which brings me back to the subject, God lord, of Ifrit. It has been observed the Amalja are summoning him with ever-increasing frequency. Every time they do so, the Ul'dan send their forces to smite the primal, and though they invariably succeed, Each victory is bought with blood. It is a war of attrition which they cannot well sustain. Small wonder, then, that the Immortal Flames are eager to recruit more members. It's at such a desperate hour. An adventure of your experience. Yeah, I'm already a flame captain. Thanks. Ignore my... Oh my god, I think my axe... I know my axe is bigger than them, but I think just the axe head might be bigger than them. The actual blade at the end. Oh, Link Pearl. I said I'd talk about that. It's actually really easy to talk about Link Pearls. There's a Link Pearl. It allows us to connect with each other magically across long distances. I'm not even sure what the range limit is. So, we got the little earbud MCU thing, you know. Lord, this is Minfilia. You are well, I hope? Would I be correct in thinking the final remembrance service is now concluded? Remember you... Come back to the... Hurry back to the Waking Sands, is what she said. Oh, God. Alright, I'll take you all on. Who's first? Who's first? I have a giant axe that's bigger than Alphino. Oh, well, Zed Slayer just exploded. Well, never mind. Time to kill Zed Slayer once and for all. Run! Nobody can blame me now. I left the scene of the crime. I'm safe. I'm safe. Yes, I do, Mr. Red. So, bunch of exposition, bunch of world building kind of stuff. I've been debating how to review this particular section. I think I think it's done okay. I think I could easily try to go ahead and give it another positive. But I'm not going to, because the exposition is really dry. It's literally just, hey, blah, 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 blah. That being said, I will give a positive for two things here. One for tempering. Just the very concept of tempering and how they use it. No, just the concept of tempering. We'll talk about how they use it later. And the other would be the world building exposition. I do agree with the repetition. That pacing problem is rearing its ugly head. I think we're 100% convinced on giving ARR a pacing negative. The only question is how many we give it. Let's go back to being a Dragoon, because we're Dragooning it up today. Listen, Valvatrix, all I'm saying is that when we have Lorcon, everyone's going to be a lot more pro-me than they were when they got there. Alright, so. Yep, okay. I joined Flame! Meanwhile...
The gods only know what grand company our adventurer friend will keep. The wheels of change are in motion regardless.
Brother, are you certain this course is best?
So that's 2 lines. I'm gonna count. Hang on. Where's my nearest counter? Here we go. We're gonna count how many lines she has before we get to coils. We're up to 2.
Whatever do you mean, dear sister?
The so-called remembrance ceremonies were little more than standard waving rallies, as though the Calamity and 7th Umbral era warranted scarcely a mention.
Oh my god! Wow!
Well, of course they were standard waving rallies. Since you are so observant, mayhap you noticed what mention was made of the Warriors of Light? None. I suppose they must have forgotten the heroes who spared Eorzea a fate worse than the Calamity? No, dear Alizé, they haven't forgotten these details. They have elected to omit them. Deep are the wounds the calamity inflicted upon Eorzea. So deep, in fact, that the realm still bleeds.
Yeah, so I should probably mention that as well. When I was first playing this, I assumed Alizé was actually going to be a villain. Straight up. I wasn't sure about Alphino. He seemed more like the person who would eventually, he'd like start off on the villainous path, but then like, he'd be like, oh my god, my sister's so much worse than I thought, and he'd end up working with us against her, and he was like the red herring villain. And the fact that I assumed he was a red herring villain, aka the game was struggling to make him seem villainous to distract us from the real villain,
Needless to say, the beast tribes and their primals do little to alleviate the pain. So, the task of salving Eorzea's wounds falls to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, with a little help from our friends, the Grand Companies. Remembrance will yield no remedy. If our world is to heal, we must put the horrors of the calamity behind us.
Our grandfather would never entrust the fate of the realm to despots who rewrite history to their convenience. There must be another way to cure what ails this world, and I mean to find it.
You are most welcome to try. Our paths may differ, but our destination is the same. In time, I dare say we will see eye to eye.
I should hope so.
Tell me that doesn't see, and yeah, she's about to leave the story for the next like week of real time. But tell me she doesn't sound like a villain going off to start her own path right here, right? Tell me.
My lady! We are to escort you!
Hope does not come into it. We share the burden of this fate, dear sister, and will prevail together or not at all. The salve will serve not only to close up our present wounds, but prevent old ones from opening anew.
I'm actually going to put this down, because I'm pretty sure she's out until Coils. So that would be 7. 7 lines of dialogue for Coils. I'll keep it there just in case. I joined Flame, yeah, whatever. No, exactly, Myriad. Yep. Okay, yay. Oh, God, do I have... Yeah, okay, so this is a good time to talk about backtracking. And it's really funny to talk about backtracking in a game with teleporting. But this game has a little bit of backtracking problem, especially in ARR. So you ever wonder why Prey Return to the Waking Sands is such a frickin' meme? Hang on, let me go back to Ul'dah, and in a minute I'm gonna have to come back to the Waking Sands. No, really. Okay. Hey, I'd like to join you. Aren't you a captain? Shut up. Yep. I believe you're expecting me. I'm super amazing. Oh yeah, I gotta go get my chuggy bow. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's a high wind thing, and god, go quick. We're in the midst of a large-scale operation against the Malja. You must get to that ship before the enemy does. I got this. I think this is one of the only quests that branch. We were talking earlier about how there's like 15 quests that branch. So there's the initial 9, I think. And then there's these quests. I believe there's 2 each, something like that. And then it remerges again. It's 1 or 2. It's not many. Yeah, the teleport tickets are a good idea, and why we didn't give this a negative. Because otherwise, we would totally be giving this a negative. Oh yeah, is this one of the areas? Nighttime's a great time to show this off, but it looks like no. Oh well. No biggie. Moving on. Airship. Airship? Airship. Yep, solo only. So I believe this is the first time we're going to meet a character. Or two. Adventure? What are you doing out here? No, wait. It's fine. Come first. I forget what his voice actor sounds like. It's been a while. Forgive me. Oh, man. Walking that 20 feet was real... Ooh. The Immortal Flame sent you. How do I know you're not an Imperial spy? You don't even have a uniform. Dude. Chill. Are you alright, sir? Our scouts reported the attack on aircraft. We've come to rescue you. Lore Runner. Yes, glad to have you with us. Yes, thing, Lieutenant. Yeah, I was to say, I am literally a freaking captain. It is not possible for me to be higher rank. You little pissant. I know, I wasn't back then. I think you can see my, my rank on some of my outfits. I have not seen a craft of this design before. That traitor Garlond has been busy. The secrets of Magitech are ours by right. They are not to be squandered on the savages of this land. They're savages. Savages, barely even human. We're taking this craft back to the fortress. Dismantle it if you must. And bring the engineer. Someone must pay for Garlon's crimes. They mean to take the ship back to the Castrum Meridianum. There we go. Along with your friend. Dude, we cannot let him get taken by the Garleans. Wedge. You have to help him. That fool of a Lalafell was hiding inside the tiny... By the way, the name of that ship is the Tiny Bronco. Nice looking ship, though not the place to have taken shelter, I agree. It's the first airship we've built since the Calamity. The first since Master Garlon... Well, since he went missing. After years of work, she was finally ready for her first test flight, and soaring she was, until those bastards blasted her out of the sky. We attack on my command. Kill them quickly! Save the Lalafell! If possible. Is that clear, Lore? I will rip you to shreds with my teeth! Little pissant, you don't give me orders. Move! Oh god, there we go. That was really strange. I don't even have an AoE at this level. Oh my god. Whatever. Die. Hey, you, back here. I would like you to die. And I want you to die. I mean, honestly, I just kind of want you all to die. Just everyone. Just everyone. See, Tataro is the exception that proves the rule. So this is why I say Dragoon sucks at early level. You know what my rotation is? 1. F. 1. 2. And that's the entirety of my combat right now. Dragoon, or more accurately Lancer, is actually one of the classes that suffers the most from the level reduction ability thing. I actually really like Kryl. She's probably my second favorite Lalafell. And yeah, Wedge is cool too. I have no strong feelings about Pippin. Do you mind? Thank you, Robostall. Pray, return to the Waking Sands with your donation towards AC Valhalla. Hey, Wedge. You should have stayed... Yeah, by the way, Biggs and Wedge, haha. You should have stayed with the ship. Shouldn't have stayed with the ship. It was a close one. Too damn close. So, how's she look again? Anyways. Well, the auxiliary propeller's a dead loss, but I think we can wring enough thrust from the main propeller to get us airborne. A few minor modifications, and we should be able to fly the tiny Bronco home. The Imperials will come looking for their scouts, but we can defend this position until the engineers leave. You should go, Lore. You still have unfinished business to attend at the Hall of Flames. You're not quite one of us yet. Although anyone who'd seen you in action today would be forgiven for thinking otherwise. I just want to say sorry, you know, for calling you an Imperial spy and all that. Called that wrong, didn't I? Seriously, though, if I hadn't been for you and the Immortal Flame lads here, we'd be chained up in a dungeon by now. I'm in your friend. I'm in your friend, Det. We both are. Wedge? Oh, right. Thank you. We're very grateful. Ooh, excuse me. Back into it. Yeah, it's funny. The Biggs and Wedge thing goes back to 6, but they actually are fairly recurring characters here, unlike pretty much every other interaction. I'd say the only other one that comes even close, what the hell is that thing, is 8. Welcome back. Word of your deeds has reached me. You did really well. You're super awesome. Now, sign this here, here, here. We will need that 50 million gil up front for the join us fee. Oh yeah, thanks for the fun. Quite a bit, actually. All before A New Hope, obviously. Yep, we're gonna enter a sacred trust. Burn bright, casting light where there is dark, purging evil whereversoever it looks. Oh god, what's all this fire on me? Ugh. We are ever ready to meet the nation's enemies in battle, be they beastmen, Garleans, or worse. And at word from Flame General Raban Alden, we would gladly lay our lives down to maintain the peace and prosperity of Ul'dah. Yeah, okay, I get it. Can I join now? Yes! I will, yeah, sure, whatever. Let's go! Yes, I will never fight alongside Raban. I've been given the rank of private, and I'm a captain. Yeah, I love it that the Flame Legion it's the maelstrom of the sea people. That's red. Lore, can you hear me? This is Minfilia. An officer of the Immortal Flames contacted me with news of your enlistment. Congratulations, private runner. I have no doubt. And there it is, word for word, if you're wondering where that stupid quote comes from. I believe this is actually the first time she has said it, word for word. Pray a return to the Waking Sands at your earliest convenience. And if you were paying attention, that meant we had to go to Ul'dah, to go back to the Waking Sands area, to go to Ul'dah, to go back to the Waking Sands area. Now, I've actually already dinged this because this is overworld design, and I put that under gameplay. But there's a little bit of, oh, I could get a chocobo, too. There's a little bit of, padding in this one, you know? Oh, God. Hey, I can do delivery missions, which I've actually already shown you. Wow, I literally can't talk to him in New Game Plus mode. That's funny. Yep. Backtracking, you're the one. You make bath time so much fun. You get in the bathtub. You just start walking back and forth. What are you doing? I'm backtracking. Yes, no MMO has padding. What's really funny is all the MMOs I like, and I do mean all of them, have over time gotten less padding, less backtracking, less pacing issues. Every single one of them. Like Guild Wars 2 Vanilla, oh my lord. WoW, FF14, Star Trek Online. Hell, even Asheron's Call if you want to go back that far. Yep, nope. Nothing new there. Hi. We'll see how much padding there is after we get out of ARR. Really. By the way, does anyone remember when we start to see less quests? Remember how they trimmed ARR a bit? I haven't actually played ARR since then, so I don't actually remember when that really is going to start going into effect. Apparently it already has. God, that's sad. Oh, you don't remember Von Falkenstein? Because way back in the day, Star Trek Online, which didn't have the quantum teleport to place, you know, the warp thing, and didn't have the transwarp thing, would involve you having to do a quest here, and then on the other side of the galactic map, and then back to turn in, and then go here, and then back, and then over here, and then back. There was a lot of backtracking in early STO. And it was just literally aim on the map and go, and there was nothing else to you. Literally could AFK. Because there was auto thing, but anyways. So. We're meeting new people. This way, and it's the most terrifying people of all. I don't think we properly introduced myself. I'm Biggs, and I do like Biggs and Wedge. I'm... Goldsman, spit it out, why don't you? We all know you're secretly in love with Tataru. Wedge, at your service. I am pleased to say Biggs and Wedge will be staying with us for a while. Magitech-driven contraptions such as airships grow ever more vital to the city-states of Eorzea. As a neutral party, it was judged we Scions should serve as keepers of this technology. Of course, for this we needed the knowledge of experts, and so we requested the assistance of Garland Ironworks, who very kindly sent us 2 of their finest engineers. Our happy family continues to grow. On behalf of the Scions, I bid you welcome to the waking sands of hell. Like every soul here, I love Eorzea. I count myself blessed to have been given this chance to stand with you all and fight. You. Minfilia, when have you ever stood with anybody? Never have I known such fulfillment, such happiness. I'm going to pause for a second here. Someone tell me what her character trait is, as of this moment in time. I'm making a point. I'm not trying to be snarky or snide. This is part of the review. As of this exact moment in time, we have characterization for Thancred. We have characterization for Papalimo, barely. For Ida, barely. For Urianger, kind of. Not really. I'd say Urianger doesn't really have characterization yet, so I'll give you that one. Oh, wow! And that's the range we're in right now, too, the 21 to 30 stuff. So we haven't really been introduced to Urianger. But we've had characterization for Y'shtola. And all of them could be described to have at least some degree of character. And all we have from Minfilia so far is nothing. Her manner of speech doesn't inform anything. She doesn't have any character beats. She doesn't have any emotional beats. She doesn't have any plot-relevant points. If you replaced her with a literal robot, I don't mean this as an insult, but if you literally replaced her with a robotic computer, which was just sitting here going, thank you for returning this report. I will make sure it gets to the right thing. This is your next mission. Please go to this area. And that's what she is. Now, mission control does tend to be a boring archetype. It is a rare exception, Homeworld, excuse me, where mission control is actually an interesting character. But the problem here is that they're not succeeding at making Minfilia an interesting mission control leader archetype thing. Now, I'm just talking about this right now, but I'm pointing out that the game... This isn't too early to judge her negatively, is what I'm trying to say. Even by this point in the story, several other characters have had characterizations. She has had nothing. And that's the point I'm trying to make. Like, I already like Ishtola and Thancred at the point we're at right now. For God's sakes, we've literally got more characterization for Alphino and Alize than we have for Minfilia, even though both of them are wrong. Wow, they axed 9 quests from 2.1. That's going to be interesting. Anyways, looks like the biggest bulk of the quests nuked were right at the beginning in Gridania. Actually, yeah, that tracks now that I think about that. And the 21 through 50 range, which is what we're in now. So, anyways, I've already jotted this down, I think. A negative for Minfilia. Nope. Okay, I'm going to jot down a negative for Minfilia. Now... we may eventually give a positive for Minfilia. Really, we might. Because they do some stuff with her later, but that doesn't diminish the fact that they're doing nothing with her right now, and that's especially important considering how much screen time she's getting. Right? Yeah, sorry. The alien in the Alphino suit. I would agree with that, Rax, but I don't want to get into that. Yeah, she has a big chest. That's her characterization. Woohoo. God. By the way, I stand by that, Spinobi. You're right. Fleet Command was awesome in Homeworld. And the other Fleet Commander in Cataclysm was awesome. And that's it, because Homeworld 2 didn't do it that well. But anyways, it was also good in Deserts of Karak, actually. Sylphs! I like the Sylphs. Let's do it.
Now, having set aside the formalities...
Was it ready?
We have a favor to ask of you. Urianger, have the documents arrived from the students of Baldessian?
Speaking as someone who played 1.0, Cashel, no. However, I will admit I didn't play all of 1.0. I didn't play up to the destruction of Nail and, you know, the final fight and all that. So I'm not sure is the truthful answer.
Aye, my lady. They arrived but recently.
Have you ever seen Urianger and me in the same room at the same time?
A study at the behest of the Order of the Twin Adder. Papalimo, Ida, a synopsis if you would.
I make fun of Minfilia, but let's be clear, Ida's outfit is worse in every way.
Our task was to survey the behavior of the Sylphs, a beast tribe indigenous to the Twelveswood.
Oh, how to describe them. They look like Gisselgreens, floating ones, that worship the primal Ramu.
By the way, real quick aside, some of you may or may not know that I actually looked up how to pronounce Gisal when it came to the FF9 theater. And what I ended up coming up with was there was only 2 pronunciations of the word Gisal in Final Fantasy history. This right here, and over in Final Fantasy 13-3, which actually came out not too long, around this period of time. And I just find something amusing about the fact that they managed to screw up the pronunciation that badly across both of them. But considering FF13-3 has overall better voice direction, I presumed the 13-3 direction was the correct pronunciation. That's why we called it Gisal. Or Gisal, excuse me. Little behind-the-scenes-y.
Though technically a beast tribe, Sylphs are blessed with a comparatively personable demeanor, conducive to peaceful communication.
This is a good time to mention that Beast Tribe, by technical definition, refers to anything other than the civilized races. Definite quote-unquotes in the word civilized. As we will see, the term Beast Tribe applies to actually a fairly large number of races across this planet.
Offering us an invaluable opportunity to learn what the beast tribes know of the primals.
While Ramu's existence is well documented, the Sylphs do not, or perhaps cannot, summon the primal any longer. insofar as can be ascertained. Until such time as we know.
Remove. I will never say remove. Don't even ask me to.
It would be unwise to assume that the threat posed by the primal has passed.
Which leaves Gridania with the added worry of not knowing what they should be worrying about.
In that regard, they are hardly alone. What we can say with absolute certainty is that Gridania has its hands full fending off Garuda, who, I need hardly remind you, is among the most savage and terrible of all known primals.
Quick aside, one of the things they do a better job of is once they start talking about the primals in full, pretty much during the Ifrit arc, they do a good job of building up Garuda in the background. You know, she's been mentioned several times already.
In short, it is essential that we approach the Sylphs in as diplomatic a manner as possible.
I can do that. I can dance. Wait, no, I can't. Mr. Red, I need your dancing powers.
Words and actions can be misconstrued. The only sure way to communicate our intentions is the echo. Winning the Sylphs' favor may well bring us a step closer to mitigating the threat of the primals. Will you help us? I am grateful.
Lovely. Well, as much as I'd like to help, I'm afraid I would be of little use to anyone in Gridania. A veritable babe in the woods. Ida and Papalimo, however, should be able to see the forest for the trees. Is that not so, Minfilia?
Indeed. You are willing?
Leave it to me.
No, you're thinking of a raid in WoW, Spinobi. That's not a joke. There is a dancing raid in WoW. In fact, there's like 3.
Us, Ida, us!
I hate to keep bashing Minfilia. But, you know, bash, bash, bash. There are so there's the one in Noxoramus, Mr. Red. There's the one in, oh god, where is that? It's in Pandaria somewhere. I want to say it's in the Heart of Fear. And the third one is, of course, the one in, I don't actually know what it's called. It's one of the Shadowlands raids. With the Vampire Lords. You have to do the dance or die. Hate to keep bashing Minfilia. But she sucks and she's stupid and she's awful. I hate her. She took my lunch money. I was saving that. No, she's... You notice how the game is actually doing several things here? It's trying to make sure that we get a little bit... Nathria, thank you. A little bit of screen time with each of the party members. We've effectively already done the Thancred section with Ifrit. Now we're going to spend some time with Papalimo and with Ida. And in a bit, we're going to go deal with some more stuff with Y'shtola, right? Now, it's not even, but the point is, this is good. This is good writing. They are bothering to make an effort to make sure we have time with each party member to develop them. The reason this is bashing of Minfilia is because she's always there. She is the person who constantly is pushing us between the others. And though, so by definition, has the most screen time and none of the characterization. Yeah, she's an omnipresent character with no development. And I'm only pointing this out because it's even more weird in the fact that they obviously know how to use screen time to good effect. I do often wonder. So, one of the hardest things I personally tend to have with writing is what I like to call functional writing. You know, if you have a scene where the purpose of this scene... Hang on, give me a second here. Purpose of this scene is to introduce Bragwin, the beautiful seductress here, with the cool glasses, to XIV down there, okay? So what you could do is you could be like, hey, Bragwin, this is XIV. Hey, XIV, this is Bragwin. Good to meet you. You're awfully small. Yep, I think you're just tall. That's okay, I can hear you from up here. I have good ears for it. Yes, you do. See how absolutely boring that dialogue is? That's functional dialogue. It's often what I refer to as first-pass dialogue. Because if I was writing that scene, that's exactly what I would do. I would write out that first draft of, Okay, let's establish a few things and get across what I want to get across. Then we go back through and we do a second and a third and a fourth pass to touch it up a bit. Add some inflections, make the sentence structure a little bit different, try to add a little bit of intonation, maybe a little hints of character for both of them in how they're talking about, right? And that's how you construct dialogue from a writing perspective. So what it feels like to me, to zoom out the camera for a second from a behind-the-scenes perspective, is it feels like they just never did the second pass with Minfilia. All her dialogue is just functional dialogue, and that's it. There's nothing to it. Hi, I'm proud of you for succeeding at your mission. Here is your next mission. Right? I am super happy at the fact that you have joined our number. Let me tell you about what we're going to be doing with a thing. Here are the members of our party. You know, it's all just flat. And given how ARR's construction was and how rushed it was and all the problems they had, it's very possible that because Minfilia has so much dialogue, that was a decision. That someone on the management team, Yoshi P, probably looked at that and said, that's a lot of dialogue and that'll take us a long time to polish up. So they didn't. Again, to bring across a point, several other characters who've had much less screen time have had much more polished dialogue. And that's easier to do when you have less of it to go through. Alright, let's go kill Ramu. I bid you welcome. Yes, I wish to entwine my destiny with the twin adders. That's one way to phrase that. Morning, Commander. Sorry to disappoint you. Other business brings us here today. Ida and Papalimo. Always a pleasure to see the two of you. No one has ever said that before, ever. Yes, so. You need help. Yes. We need to find out about the Sylphs. The Sylphs are a peaceful bunch. Didn't you just tell me this? Twin adders. Yep. Beastmen will be beastmen, even if they appear friendly. Should there be even a sliver of a chance that the summoning of a primal might disturb the balance between Gridania and the Sylphic tribes, it's a possibility we cannot ignore. Better safe than sorry, indeed. Do we strike at Ramu, or leave the Sylphs to their own ways? That is the question, yet I find myself lacking ample knowledge to arrive at an answer. Opinions abound, but to listen to only one's own is among the greatest mistakes a commander can make. I would hear from the other side, the Sylphs themselves, and seek an impartial party to serve as my liaison. That's where you come in. Cool. I happen to like the Sylphs, so I got your back on this one. Because at least this dude, and I will give him credit, is actually having a bit of a brain on this matter. That said, I urge you to exhaust caution. Exercise caution. Don't exhaust caution. Oh my god. Sylphic tradition and etiquette bear little resemblance to our own. I know how to dance. En route to Little Solace, you will come across the Hawthorne Hut. Our officer there can give you information on how to talk to them. I am too, Rax. I agree with Robostall. They are really, elitist. I'm not going to call it racist. I'm not going to call it speciesist. They're just flat-out elitist towards the beast tribes. Wait until I tell you about the crafting tribe, Ixals. Oh my god. Anyways. Ida is very excited to go out in the rain in that outfit. Have fun, you weirdo. Oh my god! Oh my god! Wait. Yep, nope, that's my bad. I'm sorry. I forgot my deodorant today. I'm so sorry. Here, let me get out of here. Salvage you from this. Oh, this. Where am I? We'll go this way. You know, I actually regret that we're not going to get a highlights reel for this one. I feel like there's a lot of good moments. There already have been some good ones. That's not me asking for one, Mr. Ed. I understand how terrible that would be. It's just, I do wish I had the availability to hire someone full-time to manage highlights. I don't make that kind of money, you know. If I ever win the lottery and keep streaming, I will just straight up, you know, hire someone, or someone's actually more likely, to keep up with that. What is that outfit? Aw! I thought it was a suit. I've been looking for a good suit and tie outfit for a while. And every now and again I see something that's close, but it's not quite there. Oh yeah, by the way, Mr. Ed, do me a favor and try to keep track at least a little bit of how many hours you're spending on the the Bloodborne thing. I need to ask Random to do the same thing when he shows up. Hey, what's up? Yep. I know where I'm going. Thank you. What's funny is it's like, here, use this thing. And I'm like, okay, sure thing. Thing used! Let me use the boat. Yeah. There we go. Okay. And we're here. Boat used. No, I didn't. Hang on. I'll do that super quick, because I can just do that right now. 14, a mug shop. Not the worst front end for a in-game store I've ever seen, but, you know, it's not a good one. Let's see, where is this thing? There's the Oracle's attire. Clearly that's what you're referring to. Where is it? I don't see it. There's Alphino's attire. No! Caligiate's attire? I'm not seeing it. You lied to me, Rax. There's just a butterfly. I don't want to look like a butterfly, Rax. Sorry. Hey. For all their whimsy, they are a wary lot, particularly since the Empire has come to the Shroud. Earn their trust, and they're as friendly as any folk. They have their quirks, but we all do, no? Would you know more? Speak with the Master of the Hut. Okay. Oh, yeah, actually, real quick. Hang on. Speaking of outfits. This is as close as I've actually found to a shirt and tie outfit. This is the level 90 crafter's gear, and it's not really what I'm thinking, but it is as close as I've found right there. The gatherer gear has a nice coat. You know, this coat here, but doesn't have the shirt underneath, and it's like, oh well. Anyways, back to being deaf. Come to learn a thing about the Sylphs, have you? Oh, they're peculiar folk. Beg pardon, my memory's just not what it used to be. I've seen much and more in my adventuring days. That's all a clutter in my noggin now. Though I've shared my stories with those around the hut, so go talk to everyone else. I will kill you if you don't tell me. Oh, I think I already did. Yep, nope, my sword, or spear, was going through your back. My bad. I agree with that, Ina Michao. What I've found most captivating is how their concept of etiquette is almost completely alien to our own. You'd best do not to underestimate them on account of their childish looks, unless you end up a mess of glyphs, squiggles, and chocobo scratches. Okay, they're not the fairies, God. Those are terrible. That's not terrible. I don't like the hat. Is it dyeable? Yep, looks like it is dyeable. Yeah, that is probably as close as it's gotten to what I want. Not quite there, though. I'm not going to drop money on that, I don't think. The Sylphs are inveterate tricksters and troublemakers. One day they're drawing marble faces on our masks. Next they're sending our young sentries to the bottom of a ravine. Tell them to stop and they just laugh at you. Rolf claims they harbor no ill will, but I dare say such pranks are no laughing matter. The quickest way to a quiver woman's heart might be through her stomach, but don't try to think to foist your foodstuff on the Sylph. They sustain themselves on bathing in the sun. Or so Rolf just one told me. They're Fae-ish, but they're a lot less dickish than most Fae tend to be. Fae are usually assholes, intentionally or otherwise. The Sylphs are actually pretty chill. Of course, my stories have brought the memories floating back. I feel I feel like dancing. Please don't. Yes, nothing brings people together like a little toe tapping. A sylph once told me long ago that dancing is a time-honored greeting amongst their kind. Okay. I shall be the one who dances. Still here, huh? Great! There's one more thing you should know. They don't take kindly to guests who show up empty-handed. To earn your trust, you should show up with, I don't know. Go talk to my wife about it. Do I have to? What? I never killed tree slugs for Lancer? That's hysterical. I'm sorry. Moving on. Peace offering? Or to anyone else, I'd recommend a jar of honey, but I fear that wouldn't get you past their front doorstep. No, their tastes are more to the unusual. Are you perchance familiar with milk root? It's what we call the root of that most fiendish seedkin, the Ochu. When chewed, it exudes a cloudy liquid, which looks a lot like this over here, actually, that's said to induce curious visions. Oh, all I see is blackness. I've not seen an Ochu around the comb in some time, but I did encounter a suspicious clump of grass the other day. Were you two stimulated somehow with some amber syrup, perhaps, you might be surprised at what comes out. Yeah, get me out of here. Okay, I'm safe, I'm safe. Okay, hang on, I just want to really bother any OCD people. Check it out. It's right there. I only need to kill 3 of them. And there's 2 of them right here, and they're even linked to each other. I could kill them in 1 millisecond. With 1 button press. I could do this. Alright, moving on. Yep, up. I meant to do something. I keep accidentally just starting with 1 instead of, you know, 6 or 7 or C, I think. No, it's actually X. That's it. Stardiver. Yeah, that's the big one. Whip. Stardiver's fun. Although, yeah, no, I don't have Stardiver. Right, class quest. Well, that's what that is. I think, maybe. I don't know. Yes. So I got a milk root. Of course, those sylphs quaff that cloudy stuff as quick as I do a flagon of mead. The effect's about the same as well. Any road, a gift of milk root will have the sylphs calling you friend and brother the moment they lay eyes on it. Now, let me wrap that up for you. I'm starting to feel a bit woozy. Are you okay, dude? You're worrying me here, buddy. Oh, right. That would be why. Thank you, Rax. I've taken the liberty of wrapping your milk root well and good. This should keep it fresh, not to mention spare you the god's awful stench. The sylphs love this stuff, but me, I'd rather bury my nose in chocobo dung. I dare say the reek even rivals the breath of the moorbowl that put an end to my adventuring days. Which is why his head's kind of... But I tell you, that story is another time. You have more important matters to attend to today, right? May your parlay be a fruitful one. And do stop by on your return. There's a flagon of full flower mead with your name on it, if you regale me with your adventuring tales. So there I was, fighting the god of the Amaljas, by myself in lore. And then there was just this behemoth in your house. Just in your... Oh, yeah, what? Hold up, what? Why do I have to talk to you? What? Why am I talking to you? Yes, I will go do the thing the other guy just told me to do. Why are you part of this process? I'm just trying to make a paycheck. God, dude. So, the actual... I actually don't know if this area looks different for me. I should probably go ahead and mention I am, in fact, maxed with the Sylphs and the Kobolds and the Sahagin and the Amalja, which tells you something about where the story's going, by the way. And I'm ready to go on the Ixal. I'm holding off on that for the run. There's some cool folks here. Hi. This is what the Sylphs actually look like. They are adorable. But I do like them culturally, even ignoring the fact that they're cute. They mostly look the same. There's like one other model they use. Actually, no, there's two. Excuse me. I'm gonna find one of them here. All these Sylphs look the same to me. Whatever. We'll just do the cutscene. Because I think one will show up here. Come on. Walking one is not familiar to this one. This one does not trust strange walking ones. Yep. Well, that's okay, because I know what to do. I'm gonna make an idiot of myself. Oh, this one would welcome walking one who moves like these ones. If walking one would talk to this one will answer. This one is busy one, so walking one should speak with quick tongue. Walking one would bring gift? Oh, walking one is most kind. Excuse me, I am dancing one, thank you very much. Ooh, walking one brings milk root. Milk root fills this one with great joy. This one gives much thanks, gives many, many thanks. Walking one carries message for Elder One. This one will deliver message to Elder One. Walking one should not worry. Hello there. We're the envoys from Gridania. We're here to treat with your people. Ida? We come to pay respects to your elder and learn more from your Lord Ramu. Who are these ones? These walking ones from Gridania. Walking one became a dancing one and brought milkroot, but walking one tricks this one. This one does not like tricks. This one will speak no more. Elder one is busy. Walking ones go home. Thanks, Ida. Thanks, Papa Limo. I get that this is supposed to be funny, but you literally hired me and gave me a mission to learn how to do this properly, only so that you could bumble in and be like, hey! But the Sylphs of Little Solace have always welcomed Gridanian envoys with open wings. The letter carried by Laura here is an oath of peace penned by the Elder Seedseer herself. Still you would refuse us? This one's reasons are no business of the Walking Ones. Elder One has no words for Gridania. Walking Ones waste everyone's time. Stop calling me that! Well, I never. Turned away at the gates. Whatever do we do to deserve such a warm welcome? Was Lore's jig insufficiently jiggy? I'm gonna punch you, Ida. And I'm a better pugilist than you are. I'm as baffled as you, but something tells me recent events have our erstwhile fluttery friends feeling uncommonly wary. It would seem we've no choice but to ask around and see how we might earn their trust. I just did, you asshole! Yeah, I could probably literally go... boop! And she would just go flying off, like in those cartoons. Woo! Here, hang on, let me prove it for just a second. Here's my monk. Let me pull up my monk weapons. Hey, Ida! Hey, you want a duel? God. Yeah, exactly. I could actually go Tonberry on her ass. Are you in the mood for dancing? No. That's right, dancing! You went through all the trouble to learn the Sylph's traditional greeting, but you've hardly greeted any of them. Why, if I were a Sylph, I'd be beside myself with delight to see an adventurer expressing an interest in my culture. Me? Of course I'd be happy to join. Oh, there goes my bloody leg cramps. Meanwhile, Lore's actual thoughts at this moment. Where did this go wrong? When did this happen? What possible thing could have led to this being my life? Oh well, at least I know. Hey, quick crowd the camera here. Oh my god. I'd rather fight all these behemoths. Okay, whatever. Yes, I dance. Such a dumb dance. Hey, behemoths, dance for them. We see some behemoth dances. There you go. I think I have a behemoth, don't I? Hang on, what's the mount button? Do I have a behemoth? I don't. I don't think I do. Interesting. Oh well. Maybe I deleted it, I don't know. No, hang on. Filter it with the behemoth. Filter it. There we go. Yeah, I thought I had one. Oh, it's from the achievements shop, that's why. I pretty much never actually talk to them and buy any of those things, because I don't care. Yeah, I actually looked at the achievement shop by accident just a few days ago when I was doing some setup work. And I was like, oh wow, that's a lot of stuff I haven't collected. And then I didn't collect any of it and I left. Anyways. Dancing with the behemoth. There we go. I'm just trying to bug every OCD person on my stream right now. There's a weirdly large amount of behemoths around here, I'm just saying. Lore, would you like to hear the good news or the better news? The good news is your lovely dancing has brought smiles and high spirits to all the little Solace. The better news? I've thoroughly recovered from those accursed leg cramps. Ida, we're not even at Stormblood. I can't hate you yet. Lore, as an adventurer, you're no stranger to helping distressed folk, I'd wager. Tales of good deeds are quick to spread. The adventurer who comes to the aid of the local populace can go from stranger to hero or knight. No doubt you see what I'm getting at. The Sylphs who make their home have quests. Do the Sylphs quests. Okay. I will get to max reputation with the Sylphs just for you. And done. Praise be to the elementals. I cannot express how happy I am to see an adventurer with a truly gentle heart. I don't know if I qualify for that. The Sylphs are sorely in need of aid. Well, I will help them out because they are cool. What's up? Being a temporary settlement, the Little Solace wants for amenities, not the least of which a stout set of defenses. Consequently, beasts from Malms around are free to wander in and terrorize hapless residents. The Z's, Gorlans, and Gallnats that roam these parts are especially troublesome, but slaying each one should serve as a warning to the rest. Also, gather 3 brownie brushes. They play an important role in Sylphic culture. I don't claim to know the details. And what with such feral beasts prowling, they're not easy to come by. Got it. Kill things, loot things. I can do that. I suppose that's fair, Bragman. So, we'll do something cool for once. And kill something with jumping. You know, that's fair, Jordan. I can't argue that. Whoop, whoop, whoop. What do I need here? What do I need? There it is. Give me it. And I would walk 10,000 alms, and I would walk 10,000 more to bring you some brownie bushes. I've actually heard a few times a few people argue that you should be allowed to decide the flavor of your character in MMO. Allow me to professionally disagree with that. What I mean by that is, it's actually not just harder, but arguably an actual obstacle to crafting the story of a MMO, which is already something that's hard to craft in an MMO format, if you allow the player to decide, you know, what kind of player they are. I know that sounds horrible, but it's just kind of true. This is one of the reasons why pretty much every major story-bound MMO out there just kind of decides your personality for you. In Guild Wars 2, you're the commander, and that you're a character, like Geralt, you know? Same thing in WoW, same thing in FF14, same thing in all of them. The only difference is the Guild War 2 character is actually voiced. Now, Tor tried that. And Tor did actually kind of succeed, but if you're paying attention, Tor only really has 2 versions of your character. You can bounce back and forth between them, but ultimately, really, Tor is written as if your character is one of 2 separate individuals. It's also worth noting that Tor's class stuff, which also kind of stops after the level 50 things, are extremely linear and very well structured to support that format. So I'm not saying it's impossible, but even in Tor's case, you're still only 2, not 1. Anyways, Dancing One is still here. Yeah, I brought you some mushrooms, apparently. Dancing One brings brownie brushes. This one can dye thread once more. This one is pleased. Dancing One kills bitey buzzy one. Oh, this one hates biting buzzy ones. Dancing One is kind. Too kind. Many walking ones come to these ones' abodes, but few are friendly like Dancing One. Thank you for calling me by my actual name. Perhaps this one was wrong not to trust Dancing One after all. Actually, I'm kind of joking, but I'm mostly not. It is legitimately a sign of respect, indeed arguably veneration, that they are willing to distinguish us from most of the other jackasses around here. Not just the Gridanians, but the Garleans. As a bit of a reminder, this is the Shroud, right? Hang on. Let me just zoom out a little bit here. There we go. So that's the Shroud. You see that to the east? That's Garlean territory. Also that over there, I think? Is this it? No, that's not it. That's Ishgard's board. Where the hell is the... Ah, here it is. No? Yep, no, there we go. This is also Garlean territory. So, the fact that they're willing to call us Dancing One is kind of acknowledging that they're saying, you are different, okay, and therefore worth talking to. It's just kind of the way they function. I know it sounds elitist, but it's more like inverse elitism, if that makes sense. But yes, as Jordan is pointing out, this is, if you're paying attention, only the second occurrence, and the first one wasn't called out, of the idea that the Beast Tribes are something more than mindless enemies. I point that out because the Beast Tribes were basically mindless enemies for FF14 1.0, and for almost all of the story up to this point. So, okay, maybe there's more to them. And as I already kind of mentioned, the fact that each one of the Beast Tribes has a reputation bar, you get the idea. This one asks Dancing One for forgiveness. These ones have many troubles since Walking Ones last came to our abode. And again, notice how they are now distinguishing between Walking One and Dancing One. This one must always be careful. Always careful. But Dancing One is not like other Walking Ones. This one can trust Dancing One. This one would ask Dancing One for help. That's my job. Strange Walking Ones with bodies of steel come to the home of these ones. This one thinks steel ones come from Empire. Where Empire goes, many living ones become dead ones. Trees fall and bushes burn. These ones' home is in danger. This one begs of Dancing One to help this one no more. Dancing One is friends with these ones and Walking Ones, yes? A Dancing One must speak to these ones and find Walking Ones in Hut House to find out more. This one has bad feeling. This one fears steel ones are after something, but this one should speak no more. Go, Dancing One. This one depends on kindness of Dancing One. Well, fortunately for you, kindness is actually something I have in abundance. So let's go do this in order. Shush, shush, this one says. Steel Walking Ones are scary, like touched ones. This one hates scary. And scary ones have scary friends. See if I can keep ahead of everyone. You'll never find me. Fearsome types clad head to toe in steel, you say? Imperial soldiers, no doubt. I couldn't tell you what they're plotting, but I'm sure it's nothing good. Oh, thanks. Hey, the Garleans might be up to no good. Men clad in strange armor. Now that he's mentioned it, I did see some suspicious types of late. They were gathered deep in the forest. I just assumed they were adventurers. Uh-oh, I'm being hugged. Run! Yes, Dream Whisperer. Pretty much anyone, as I mentioned earlier, any species, any sentient sapient species that is not the civilized races is considered a beast tribe. Strange steel walking ones? Yes, this one is seen. Steel walking ones carry big boxes. Maybe walking ones hunt for shiny treasure? This one likes treasure. Yeah, I was gonna say, when we get to the dwarves... Anyways. This one is happy to see Dancing One return. What did Dancing One learn? Nothing. This one sees steel walking ones come from Empire, carry boxes, and go walking deep, deep through trees. As this one thought, steel walking ones are up to nasty, no good things. This one knows forest well. Steel walking ones try to hide, but this one will find them. This one will borrow Dancing One's map. This one makes mark here. This is where steel ones hide. This one knows. Dancing One go looking for steel ones, yes? The Dancing One will absolutely crush the steel ones like a bug. Peekaboo. Oh, no. Don't. No, God. Are you going to aggro me? You're just going to stand there like an idiot. Come on. Oh, God. He's so dead. It's so horrible. Oh, God, he's also dead. Oh, God, it's tragic, really. What do we got here? What did I miss, Mr. Red? I don't see. Oh, gotcha. You're right. The best piece of advice I could give you is what humankind discovered. That is a really big gnat. Go away. About a century and a half ago. Big job. Oh, God, there's so much work to do. Freak out, freak out, freak out. Ignore it. Focus on what you can do. Let me put to you in a different terms. Let's say I've got this massive project that's called a theater, right? And I'm trying to get it together and make everything work and try to make sure that people can get lines and blah, 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 blah. And I only have time to work on it twice a week, and each time only for like an hour or two each moment. So don't freak out about the whole theater. Don't freak out about the whole project. Don't look at everything that's left to be done. Look at what you can do now. Break it down into its parts. There's no such thing as a project that can't be done if you don't break it down enough. Exactly, Mr. Red. I don't focus on the theater. I focus on the lines I was working on that day. I actually took, no joke, 4 weeks total to just do the Kome and Kotake lines, because I really wanted to do an extra polishing pass or 2 or 3 on them. And so each time I would work on them and work on them and work on them, and then I'd put it down because I ran out of time. And then next week I would work on it again. Get the timing a little bit better, refine it a little bit, push this around here, change this line to that one, move this character there, make these 2 lines swapped, and then I'd get back to it in a week. I did it. I always do. Dancing One is back. This one breathes sigh of relief. This one was worried. Dancing One has something? I do. A list of supplies being delivered to a certain Imperial stronghold. By the way, have you noticed how this plot line is doing something kind of strange here? So the initial plot arc is pretty much city-states. And then it's more focused on, you know, city-state problem, city-state problem, city-state problem. Oh yeah, you should join the Scions. Ifrit! Okay, now that we've established what the primals are, the focus has been almost entirely on the Garleans, even though this is being in the guise of another primal story with regards to Ramu. What we're actually doing here is we're starting to establish the Garleans. I mention this because this is still doing a good job of kind of weaving in the various threats and problems we're going to be dealing with as we go. It's just we haven't finished establishing it. Anyway, so this one can read Walking One symbols. Message paper has names of food and rocks. Food and rocks were inside boxes. This one knows. But this one does not understand. Food and rocks mentioned all come from home of these ones. How do steel walking ones know where to find them? Is there a sneaky one hiding behind this one's wings? Snooping one? Selling secrets to steel walking ones? This one fears for this one's home, but Dancing One has helped this one so much today. Dancing One must promise to always be friends to this one's, and I always have been. I don't even know what you can get from being max repped with the Sylphs, and I don't care. I did it just to be max repped with the Sylphs, and to see their story. By the way, Bragwin, could you do me a favor and get an invite for Umbral Magnus, please? And a Goobu mount! Oh, that sounds worthwhile. One of the ones named Claxio ventured outside Little Solace alone. Alone is unsafe. Helpful One, we have been upgraded to Helpful One. Claxio struck west after leaving settlement. Hurry before Claxio ends up in the belly of a beastly one. I actually know where the vendor is. By definition, it has to be this one. Whoop, 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 whoop. Camera issues. This one, right here. What do you got? What do you got? I have 21 of these things right now. Oh, cool. I can get some dies. I can get an orchestral roll, which is probably the song that's playing right now. A glamour dispeller. Straw! I can get straw! Is this it? There's the mount. Oh, and a wind-up Sylph, which I'm also... bunch of dies. And that's it. Extremely unrewarding. What? Walking One wants this one to return to Little Solace? Don't make this one laugh. Also, you notice how this one calls us Walking One. This one is weary of living with those who are not the ones. This one wants to be alone. These ones rely on Walking Ones for everything. No better than those ones that summoned a Primal One. Small wonder this one chose to leave. This one thought a place like this likely to build a home, but then Meddling One arrives, forces this one to go deeper into the forest. Meddling One is forbidden from following this one. Away with Meddling One. Yeah, 120,000 gil for a garbage mount. I shouldn't say that. A mount I would never use. Put it that way. Claxio refused to return to these ones and went deeper into the forest? This one saw touched ones lurking in forest. Helpful One must hurry and find Claxio. Helpful One should search for spools of thread. Those things will help lead Helpful One to Claxio. Hurry before touched ones take Claxio away. That's 3 times they've mentioned the touched ones, too. And if my memory serves, this is actually going to be a solo instance. Because I remember this one, I remember dying on this one, if this is the one I think it is. Walls are just suggestions. This way, this way. Yep, this is the one. Right here. Thank you, Rex, for sparing me from that. Oh, hey, there's a trial up ahead. Not that I know that. Meddling One is back? It's been told Meddling One to be gone. Tell Kamuxio this one will never go back. Never! But... those are the touched ones. You can tell they're evil. Oh god, I can't think of what it's called. What's the name of the cabbage that's purple? I actually can't think of the name of it right now. You know, it tastes like crap. I don't like the taste of it. Is it just purple cabbage? You can tell they're evil because they're purple cabbage. There we go. Touched ones should go away too. This is a good one. Everyone should just leave this one alone. The Unguard lore. These sylphs have been tempered, brought under the thrall of the primal Ramu. Akin to the Amalja tempered by Ifrit, these sylphs exist only to serve their deity. Then I'll answer to words, only steel. I take no pleasure in this. But it must be done! With no AoE, as usual. Power Bowl. I mean, I believe it could be prepared properly. I will never forget the taste of it raw, though. Hi, Michael Dania. Why are you... Where are you going? Oh, okay. I'm not going to complain about that. This one is safe? This one was so scared. Claxio! This one has been worried, so very worried. Is Claxio unharmed? Still in possession of wits? Kumoxio and Meddling One as well. Why are these two here? These two came to rescue Claxio. Ah, that Claxio is safe fills me with this one with joy. Kumoxio, forgive this one. This one did not mean to run away from Little Solace. This one was just afraid. These ones who live at Little Solace were changing, becoming friendly with other ones. This one feared that these ones were forgetting who these ones are, like touched ones did. But this one was wrong. This one can see that now. Meddling. Helpful one. This one is grateful. This one will return to Little Solace and be with Kumoxio and friendly ones. And I mean, that's not much, but that's already better writing than Midfilia has had in the entire game. Actually, it'd be nice. Let's say we return to Little Solace. I, for one, could use a nice hot bath. If a Sylph has a hot bath, is that just boiled cabbage? Asking for a friend. What is it? It's boiled cabbage and a certain type of meat, and I actually love it, and I haven't had it in a good manner since probably about 2001. It's really rare to find it actually cooked properly, but when you do, oh. This one thought Claxio was lost forever. Helpful one saved Claxio. Now these ones can be family again. This one has known many walking ones, even kind walking ones, but Helpful one is the kindest and strongest of all. Helpful one is hero to these ones. Helpful one will bring these ones and walking ones closer together. This one knows. This one will take Helpful one to see Elder one. I think it's corned beef, yeah. I think it's it. There was an Italian woman, first generation, born in Italy, that I used to work with. She was a coworker. I might have mentioned her before, because she was a wonderful cook, and she was a fun person to hang out with. And she actually cooked that for me once, and oh my god, it was so good. And I have never had it that good since. This one must ask Kind One's forgiveness. This one made promise to take Kind One to see Elder One, but this one cannot. This one cannot because Elder One is not here. Elder One is not anywhere. Elder One went into the forest yesterday, but has not come back. This one is worried. Elder One often goes into forest, but never for this long. Kind One will help find Elder One, yes? Near where Elder One disappeared is home of Walking One named Buscaron. Buscaron may know what happened to Elder One. This one would talk to Buscaron, but Walking Ones do not always trust these ones. Would Kind One talk to Buscaron for this one? And Kind One comes from Gridania, yes? No. But in Gridania live many Kind Ones, yes? Pass. This one begs of Kind One. Please go to Gridania and ask fellow Kind Ones for help. Totally not gonna be a dungeon. See you around, Jordan. Oh, Zedslayer, that sounds delish. I'm sorry, I actually had a decent lunch. Kind of. Just... that sounds really good. I would do so much. I would wring the necks of all the Sylphs. That's not true. I wouldn't do that. I would wring the necks of all the Gridanians in order to get some delicious corned beef hash. And, boiled cabbage. What in the world? Is that just a baseball cap? That's just a baseball cap. Wow. Well, if it isn't our intrepid ambassador, how things go. Elder One's missing. Oh my god! You can assure the Sylphs the sharpest serpents will be on the lookout night and day. No stone left unturned. Go talk to this person. Okay. What in the world is that outfit? Oh my god. It's Ruby from, Ruby. And Yuna, apparently. What's Yuna doing in this game? A message. The Sylph Elder has vanished. Worry not. The Wood Whalers have eyes under every leaf, behind every branch. If the Elder's anywhere in these forests, we shall find him. Okay. Well, time to go talk to Buscaron, wherever this person is. Just down here. Never mind, Ross. You're supposed to be ignoring these. These are lore runs of MMOs that you can play for free for up to no, I'm sorry. You actually can't. That you cannot play for free. Please, please do not play our game. Listen, all I'm saying is that if you put a cow and a pig and a chicken in front of me, that cow's dead. Dead and eaten. Then I'll eat the pig. Then I'll eat the chicken. Well met. Have some grub. No, I'm not here for belly. I'm here for news. I want to know about the Elder. Tell me or I'll kill you. Well, these woodland scamps all look alike. Short of painting one red and another blue, most folk would struggle to tell two of them apart. If you've the time, mayhap you could stay a while and see what the gods have in store. You never know. You might even stumble across this Elder yourself. No word on the Sylph Elder yet? It's been 3 seconds! But I'm sure it's only a matter of time. In the meantime, do a quest for me. There's a customer who's spoiling for a fight. Go cool him off for me. But don't kill him! Just take this tub of cold water and douse him. My patrons can swill grog all night and carouse loud enough to wake the dead, but as soon as it turns violent, I put my boot down. Yeah, I actually agree with that. Let's see, where's a... excuse me, sir. What are you staring at? You want to keep them eyes in your face? What kind of... Hey, why are you taking 3 seconds to dump the... Oh, God! Ugh! That's cold. What do you mean no fighting? This Duskwhite scum was... Am I a Duskwhite? Because that would be funny. Also, I'm a little taller than you, sir, and a lot stronger. Yeah, I know the rules. That bastard gets to keep his skin. For now. Okay, I've played Bouncer. We done here? I'll not have my patrons picking fights with each other over a bit of petty prejudice. In case you didn't see, the bloke who caught the brunt of that outburst is a Duskwhite Elizon. And there are people who shun cities to live in the wilds, making them no better than brigands in the eyes of many. To be fair, the Duskwhites can be an unruly lot, but they ain't so bad once you get to know them. And it don't seem to be right to bar a whole race of people from the Druthers for misdeeds of a few. There should be at least one place where anyone willing to pay coin and drink in peace is welcome, don't you think? What are you, a Ferengi? A good Ferengi, but you know. What am I? I am a Wildwood. I appreciate all the good you've done for our patrons. If you aren't disinclined, I want you to do something else for me. Okay. There's a Kikuran friend of mine, you see, the name of Tetraroon. Good lad. It was right after the calamity I came across him fallen in the shroud. He nearly died in all the havoc. A lot of people died. So I took him and nursed him back to health best as I could. He worked here at the Druthers for a spell after that. Got it talking about striking on his own, and he went off for a merchant, bound for Lanaskea. Naskea? I don't think I've ever heard that said out loud, actually. Well, it just so happens I got to cleaning up around here and came across something of his. A scarlet earring. Now, I know he was fond of the thing, but he must have just forgotten it when he left, so I'd like to see that it gets to him. Can't say for sure where we ended up, but there's a friend of mine, Rogadin fellow named Banesing. You can find him in Hawker's Alley. He knows the coming and goings of the merchants. Okay, I will go halfway across the continent for you. Find this person. Thankfully, I can teleport everywhere. Instantly. Alright, Zira. It's time to do... You know Todorek is the next dungeon, right, Zira? Like, we're a little bit from it. But... That's next. Nope, you're locked in now, Zira. Have fun. It's okay, we have to see if it was worse than Copperbell. That's not actually a joke. Copperbell is our baseline, right? And we're going to start judging dungeons based off of Copperbell. Found a way to Orca's Alley, friend. Eh? Kieran that work with the Druthers. Oh, you speak of Tetherine. Related to that Kyokarun bloke at over by the blood or something. Two of them put up together and make a good coin, but old Tetherune up and left Limsa not long ago. Couldn't say why or where. You're best off asking Kyokarun himself. He's a bit of a tight lid now, I warn you. Best to take this chicken egg. Bastard loves the things. Good to hear about old Busk, though. Sounds though he ain't changed a bit. Just like him to send a venture along. Too shy to come his own self. Alzheimer's drinking with that fool. You think I'm joking, Primarch? That is absolutely what I'm going to do. We have established a baseline of bad dungeons. And we have at least 3 more dungeons. We've got Raybloxes, we've got Arum Vale, and we've got... Actually, we've also got that stupid Dazamiel, however you pronounce that, hold. And then we've got Todorak. Like, we have several dungeons we need to compare alongside Copperbell. Customer be welcome. Not customer. Not come with custom. Kyokurun busy with business. Too busy for blather. Got you an egg. Chicken egg! Oh, Kyokurun love chicken egg. Chicken egg love chicken egg more than love customer. Looking for Tetherune. Oh, Tetherune no here no more. Tetherune leave Limsa. Go look for Sparklies. Now work at Trading Post. Good Trading Post. Forget where Trading Post is. Weinberg no Tetherune. Weinberg no Trading Post. Weinberg at Ferry Docks. You go Ferry Docks. Kyokurun forget things. Weinberg remember things. You talk to Weinberg. Weinberg. Not Kyokurun. Thanks. I think. Yeah, Darkhold works. Well, in this case, higher would be worse. So, like, a 0.6 Copperbell would not be as bad as Copperbell. But a 1.5 Copperbell, that is, you know, worse than Copperbell. Hi. Tetherune? Oh, I seen him. That is to say, I saw him. He was heading up somewhere north by way of a ferry to Aleport. Might as well head up there, see if you can suss him out. The skipper here can take you there. When you arrive, start by asking Adelfoyt. Aldfoyt. Bob. He's an old hand that knows a great deal about a great many things. Yeah, sure. I get what you're doing, game. You're literally trying to get me access to new areas by forcing me to go through them, but this is an interesting route we're going through, isn't it? Thankfully, I already have these warp points, so I can just go here. Actually, in fact, we can just do this. Yeah, Hawk will probably be okay. Brayflocks, I have no good memories of. Stone Vigil can go to hell for different reasons. Castrum... Oh, Castrum. We'll get there. Tetherune. Oh, I saw him. That is to say, I seen him. He took himself north through Skull Valley to Oakwood. Oakwood was looking for a place run by his fellow Kikiran. I reckon he meant the one on the shore of the Bronze Lake. Okay. Well, let's go up to this other spot. Oh, I can't actually fly there. Warp there. I can fly there. I can't warp there. Well, for once we have a time to read questions, so... Why am I so damn sexy? This is actually a VTuber thing. The real me looks much worse. Is there a genocide plot point in FF14? Yes. No clarification as requested. Can one character... Oh, I actually already answered that one. Isn't it ironic that the beast tribes are savages to the good Eorzeans? Meanwhile, Garlemald looks down upon everyone. Yeah, it's very Roman. Fun fact, this is a debatable thing, but ancient China was extremely, we're awesome and everyone else is savages. And ancient Rome were extremely, we're awesome and everyone else is savages. I don't really have a point there. I'm just pointing out that it was weirdly common for large-scale empires to be about how awesome they were and how everyone else were savages. So, anyways. Customer be welcome. Not customer. Not come with custom. Bring something. Yeah, got your ring. Here you go. That's actually an earring, but, you know. Tedderun, forget this. Forget it, druthers. Tedderun swore would never forget earring, but never forgot. Forgot. Tedderun thank. Tedderun thank. Good Buscaroon doing good. Good Buscaroon good to Tedderun. Tedderun miss good Buscaroon. Good Buscaroon help Tedderun. Tedderun dead without good Buscaroon. Must give thankies. Many, many thankies. Tedderun give, make Kikarin firewater for Buscaroon. Buscaroon love firewater. You help Tedderun make firewater? Need things. And go gather stuff to make booze. Got it. I can make stuff to make booze. Just go across this lake over here. I mean, we're actually going to do that Trash Panda Parade, so that should be fun. No? I think we're waiting on a respawn. Oh, hang on, we can kill this one. Die! Yeah, I didn't think that would count. Yep, nope, we're waiting on a respawn. This is the first time, actually. Oh, there's one. Die, monster! I feel really bad about that. Here, let me invite. Can I not? Does it not let me? There we go. Now, it should share. Hey. The other ones. Here's one. Over here. Over here. Over here. Yeah, I know what I'll do. Come here. Who are you fighting? I didn't even see what he was fighting. Oh, whatever. Uh-oh. Oh, there's another one. That's 3 for me, but I did kill one without him, so just in case, I'll stay on for one more. Oh, I can't see him anymore. Right. Why are you still looking at these things? Wow, this is actually a pretty slow respawn for a quest mob. Oh, there's one. Now, on the off chance that they didn't finish already, that should do it. Can we put ARR Alphino and Alizé in a corner until they stop being brats? Technically, yes. Would you, who'd you be, this is a good question from Don Crow, in a tier 3 insertion? What the? Who is this? Hey, cabbage! I'm eating that right now. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where did it end up? There it is. Gimme! A little salty, but I like what you did with the nutmeg. Good pick. Good decision. Sort this really quick. Tetaroon make firewater for Buscaroon. You bring thingies Tetaroon needs? Here you go. Yeah, we're kind of we're absolutely going to get to Totorak in a bit here. I'm kind of barreling through these, as is my wont. Tetaroon start making firewater. You come back later. Tetaroon make firewater. There you go. Tetaroon hopes Buscaroon happy. Tetaroon gives Buscaroon thankies. Many, many thankies. You tell Buscaroon. Tetaroon make big shops someday. Biggest shop at Eorzea. Many, many, many sparklies. All thanks to good Buscaroon. I gotta be honest, that kind of newbie helping thing I've been doing for a while. I think I've mentioned this before back in Asheron's Call. There was a concept called a mentor. And unlike in FF14, it wasn't crap. And that's what actually introduced me to the concept. I'll admit it, I was kind of an elitist. Well, not elitist. More like not bothering to stop to help the noobs. That's probably actually the best way to phrase that. I wasn't elitist about it. It was just like, eh. But after seeing that mentor system, this would have been like 99 or so, give or take. It's like, you know what? That is a good point. Sure. I'll take some time out. Hey, I'll help you out. Don't have time for much. I have time for a little bit. Ah, you've returned. Thank you for seeing Tetaroon's belongings to him. What's this? Have some booze. A foul brew that is made by tossing various items found in the wild, both alive and dead, into a barrel of water and letting the concoction ferment for a sennight under the warm sun. Gross. You're in firewater, so he remembers my fondness for the drink, does he? Why, that old... Oh, bloody hells. He was cutting onions back here. He says to shelve it for a year, does he? That sounds about right. Hate to have to wait, but I reckon it'll be worth it. This stuff has an aroma and a body unlike any other drink I know. It's going to be a long year. Let's see you come back then, friend. We'll see if we can make it through this bottle together. No comment. There was word while you were away. The Sylphs were seen in the wood, but near lands not their own. No, this place was near to here. A place we've never known Sylph to come. Something must have given them cause to venture this far. More than like the missing elders among them. Here, I've marked the track where they were seen. Okay. So, sorry, to return to Don Crow's question. Don Crow asks, you know, tier 3 insertion, what would you want to be? Now, I've actually already answered this. Excuse me, I would probably be a paladin in terms of tank, and I would probably be a Elizon in terms of species. That being said, I would also be tempted by killing this person in the face. I would also be tempted by several healer classes, including just straight-up White Mage. And Sage, honestly. Even in lore, Sage is kind of cool. Let's see here. Get rid of some of these things. Start clearing up the question log here. How much do I have to pay you to never mention Prey Return to the Waking Sands ever again? That'll be $44 million. What's the best portrayed and personal favorite coexistence of magic technology in any setting that you've seen? So, my favorite is actually very easy. Warcraft. I know, Warcraft is my favorite setting in general, but I stand by my statement. Warcraft, if you actually pay attention, does a really good job of balancing magic alongside technology. The general take is something I like, a level 5 spell is the same as a level 5 gun, relatively speaking. I know that's equivalence, but you get the idea. A massive demon lord can be beaten by a siege weapon, but someone who is a powerful mage can take on a tank, right? There's an equivalence between the two, and the two kind of exist alongside each other quite well. It's funny you say that, Finihori, because another example I was going to give is Arcanum of Magix and Steamworks Obscura, or whatever the whole title is, which does the total opposite, where technology relies on physics operating a certain way, and magic relies on changing the laws of physics, so the two are actually against each other. And there is an arguable trend in the Arcanum setting of technology overtaking magic, which is another cool take on the idea. Oh no! Aw, fine. Die. Of Steamworks and Magica Obscura. Yeah, I love the title, I can just never remember it. I praise that game, but honestly, it probably wouldn't score that well if we reviewed it, because that game has some issues. Balance issues, interface issues, walkthroughitis issues, build issues, build yourself into a corner issues. So there was ought to be found in the woods. Wait a minute, Garleans in this part of the 12th Road? First Sylphs and now Garleans in the same place. It cannot be mere coincidence. Might the Garleans be following the Sylphs? Tracking or giving chase? But no, not this far into the forest. The Whalers' spires are everywhere. The Imperials could never have stolen past them all. How the bloody hell could they... Unless someone guided them. Someone who knew where the spires stand and when the Whalers watch. A Gridanian traitor! Agreed, Valerian. And yeah, Arcanum is a very rough game, which is a damn shame, because its core, like the core content, the core story, are just so good. I'm glad you've come, friend. There's something I want to talk to you about. You know, I said I thought we might have a traitor in our midst. Well, I'm thinking I may have identified our suspect. There's a regular of mine who used to dine on thin soup and sip his pint on account of not being able to afford another. But of late, he's taken to ordering my best wines and the finest cuts of meat I can lay my hands on. Were he a merchant, I'd probably think nothing of it. But this lad's a wood whaler. And wood whalers don't earn that kind of coin. By chance, I was musing on where the money was coming from when you first told me about the Garleans, and I couldn't help but put two and two together. Pro tip, if you sell out, don't be an obvious git about it. Suffice it to say, if a whaler's working for the Empire, none of us are safe. The lad I'm talking about goes by the name of Laurentius. Last I heard, he was in the South Shroud. Yeah, Planescape Torment has the same general issue, I agree. Great core content, absolutely arduous to play. And again, both games would probably not rate very high in a review because of that. At least on the gameplay axis. Hi, Laurentius. Can you not see I'm in patrol? Be gone! If you have business with the whalers, take it to the barracks. Well, but... okay. Yeah, nice guy. Nice guy. Hey, Laurentius. Not long now. To think patrol routes and rations would fetch such a price. No more than I deserve, though. 'Tis little wonder the Empire has risen to such heights. If only the whalers paid their men their worth. Okay, A, you're pathetic, and B, I agree with you completely. Pay your army. Pay it on time. Pay it well. Help, help, help! Please, come quickly, my friends. It is I, Laurentius. I am under attack. You are here to defend him? Okay. How you just... I know nothing! I was on patrol. He just appeared. I thought you were working for the Garleans. And solo instance. long do you mean to keep this up? What is it you imagine I've done? Enough, enough, I say. You and your dorky spears days are over. It's over, then. I guess that's what I just said. I sold maps and rations to the Empire. It was I! I meant no harm. I only wanted the money. I was just willing to sell out my people and my livelihood to an evil encroaching force because they offered me money. Is that so wrong? I mean, he's a saint, really. The Whalers are good, strong. I was proud to join the ranks. Am proud, but they don't provide. They preach justice, honor, duty, but in the end, it's those with money who do as they will, who live as they will. 0.1%. So I've sought an opportunity to change my fortunes, and I took it. All I've done for money. Endangered myself, my home, everything and everyone I love. Why, my actions have put you in danger, too. This is a weird epiphany you're having here, dude. Though you do not realize how much. Bloody idiot, do you imagine you had cornered me? It is not I who is cornered. Garleans, I've brought the Eleazan bastard who killed Ifrit by himself. They bring at least 3 soldiers over. Permit me a question, if you will. Are all adventurers so deluded as to believe they can challenge the power of Garlemald? You would need a veritable mountain of gil to fund such an endeavor. Such as the cost of fighting a great power, or making it, or remaking it, as we will remake Gridania. We're evil. So that's the way of it. Swapped your hard bunk at the barracks for a feather bed in Garlemald, did ye? You there, Elazon. You stand with old Busk Swish, no? Then you don't stand alone. That's actually kind of cool. But, as much as I appreciate it... Oh, right, I'm level 20-something. Damn it! I wanted to kill them instantly. Oh, well. At least I have a 3 button now. Check it out. Hey, buddy. What level are we? We're up to level 27 now. Nice. We're getting there. I mean, that would be appropriate, wouldn't it, Casual? He decided to go a high-level zone, and that was the end of the Warrior of Light. I told him not to go to the Western Plague Lands. He didn't listen. Come on. Impossible. How did you best the Empire's finest? No comment. And with bandits and poachers at your side. They are sworn enemies. Why do they fight with you and not against you? But I know the answer too well. Buscaron, this is his doing. His words are wont to inspire men to act. Better men than I. Gods, what have I become? What have I done? This is too late to this. This is really too late to have a turn of heart, Mr. We will conquer all! No more will I pursue this folly. No more lies, no more bribes. I will go to the Order of the Twin Adder and confess my crimes. He was never heard from again. There's something I'd like you to tell Buscaron. Tell him Laurentius the Fool says thank you. I feel as though a veil has been lifted from my eyes. I mean, you heard him. He wants me to rip his eyelids off. Hold still. And we just let him walk away. It's all good, apparently. Laurentius confessed his crimes. I just had word from the Twin Adder. Seems he marched straight up to the nest and gave himself up. Lad's had quite a life, you know. His mother was killed by a brigand when he was small. As a young man, he joined the Whalers, hoping to spare his fellow Gridanians the misery he'd known growing up. Trouble is, protecting Gridania is too big a job for one man, and he came to believe he couldn't make a difference, that it was hopeless. There are few things more dangerous than desperation, and a man lost in the dark is easily drawn to the glimmer of coin. I reckon he thought if he couldn't change the lot of his fellow men, he might as well change his own. Thing is, he was making a difference, just not on his own. Somehow, he'd failed to grasp one simple truth, that those things we cannot do alone, we must do together. Oh, he asked me to thank him. Oh, that's good of him, yeah. I just hope the Adder's Nest will be able to see it. Unfortunately, Khan Senna actually has a strict and merciless death penalty policy, so... Anyways, we found the Elder. You remember that quest you had, like, an hour ago? It's an exaggeration, but... I know, right, Enemy Show. Maybe you should pay your army. Pay it on time and pay it well! Sorry. It's taken us a fair old while, but we finally got our hands on some reliable information concerning the whereabouts of your missing green friend. His name is Phrixio, and he's the eldest among the Sylphs of Little Solace. Long has he represented his kind in dialogue with the Gridanians. Yes, he's like a bridge between us and them, a small leafy green bridge we can't find at the moment. And bridges are no use if you don't know where they are, so we need to find him. There's an abandoned dungeon called the Thousand Maws of Totorak here in the South Shroud. It's by the entrance to the place that Phrixus... Whoa, hold your chocobos. Take a deep breath. Tell us what's wrong. So this is Neuraxia, one of the different appearanced ones. Elder One went to Totorak, but has not returned. This one is worried, so very worried. And you're right to be. That dungeon sucks! Elder One had no choice. Imperial ones were chasing Elder One. Please! Help Elder One now! The fates conspire against us. Forgive my pragmatism, but Phrixio is our best hope of reaching an accord with the Sylphs. Were we to lose him, all of our efforts would have been for naught. Excuse me! Hello? Helpful one? I will tend her wounds. Ida, make haste to the Adder's Nest. Request assistance. Okay. Who's ready for photocells and just terrible dungeon mechanics? Yep. I will go to the Thousand Maws of Totorak. Or Totorak, or however the hell you're supposed to... God, I don't even care. So, I'm gonna go as Dragoon, unless you don't want me to. So, who'd like to join us, other than... who was it? Was it Zedslayer? No, it was Zira. Zira, you volunteered. Welcome to the crew. We need a fourth. We need one more person who wants to agree to join us in hell. Who would like to join us in hell? I know you are, Rax. You actually volunteered yesterday, so you're stuck with it. Order of the Elder Seedseer. The dungeon known as Thousand Maws of Totorak has been placed under control. Oh, what, the Sylph Elders inside? Are you sure? How the hell's... God, strike me for a purblind fool. You must find the Elder, quickly! Go do the best dungeon in the game. Okay, hang on. Let me pull up the spreadsheet really quick. I've been keeping track of these things. Totorak. So I'll be going as Deeps. Looks like Zero's going as Reaper. Are you sure you want to be a Reaper? At that level, it kind of sucks. Rax, what are you taking us? Gunblade, of course. I don't even know why I asked. And we need a healer. A healer named Bragwin. What class, by the way, Bragwin? I'm sure there's something Giga Pudding. I'm not sure what, though. Sage, okay. And then... Dragoon. Okay. Alright, this is it. But hang on, let me I gotta adjust our settings here, so... I'm at eye level. I think that's it. Yep, that should be it. We're good. Okay. Totorak. Welcome to hell! Now we're going through Home Depot. So let's just start with problem number 1 with Totorak. It's actually the same problem Copperbell had. Visuals. It's gray, it's murky, and it's not properly lit. I just want you to keep that in mind as we go through this place. Because even just immediately, right off the bat, this place is not cool just to be in. Oh, hey, I'm actually lower level in the quest I just did, so I just lost an ability. It's obviously a narrow corridor. Oh, up. I should show these off. First Spear Rydell, Totorak Expedition Notes. Strange lights sighted from inside the dungeon entrance. Creatures of the forest? Closer inspection reveals them to be man-made machines. Ash Crown Consortium technologist accompanied party believes them to be of Garlean descent, labels them Magitech photocells. Collect for further study. Hey, look! A Magitech photocell. We should get that and not forget to get any. What's this? An accusation chamber door? What's in here? This looks like a fun place to be. Especially completely by myself and without the rest of the party. I'm just going to charge forward. Oh, God! I've been yanked for... Oh, I can't believe you got through that. So now there's a web in between us. Now, thankfully, it goes away pretty quickly, but... It's such a dumb trap. Yeah, I was kind of trying to get trapped, just to kind of show it off a little bit. It's actually been a while since I've been in this in the side menus of this, but I have actually done the side avenues of this place before, because I used to level via squadrons, and at the time I was leveling in squadrons, trash mobs gave experience, and it was actually worthwhile to bother to clear the dungeons, so I would regularly clear them. That's the only reason I even know some of these dungeons with any level of significance, is because I used to level in squadrons. Real quick, thank you, Mike. I am glad you're enjoying. I hope it is enjoyable. I really do. This has been a run I've been looking forward to for years. And I don't know. I'm having fun. I hope y'all are having fun. If you know what you want to put that towards, let me know, please. Day 2. Dramatic increase in the light emitted by photocells observed upon collecting 4th. Dispatched 2 Lancers to Gridania with orders to deliver the photocells to Stillglade Fane. Soon after their departure, combat music fires up. Received link pearl transmission from pair reporting marked reduction in photocell glow as distance from Maz increased. Recalled Lancers. I wonder what's over here. Let me check something here. Yep, nope. Yep. It's actually... It's one of the very few dungeons that has some degree of branching to it. It doesn't really matter, but I will take that as a compliment, Trash Panda Parade. Oh, hey, another photocell. Look like jawbreakers, you know? Correct. I forget when they did that, Shuren, but trash no longer gives experience, only bosses. If anybody knows when that happens, feel free to say. Ah, 6... That's pretty recent, then. No need to be rude, Shuren. I know I'm gross, but... Sorry, I'm endlessly amused that the acronym for Endwalker is... Ew. So, problem number 2 with the 1000 Maws of Totorak. It's actually related to visuals. Narrow corridors. We've actually talked about this in multiple games, including several RPGs, MMOs, even FPSs. Narrow corridors are actually a bad idea in almost every case when you are in a third-person camera perspective, because they get in the way of your ability to see and tell what you're doing. This is one of the reasons so many games in the PS2 and the PSP era actually had areas that were unnaturally large when they were building corridors, specifically so you wouldn't have the problem we have in this very game. Oh, okay. Oh, hey, look at all that delicious loot. Let's see, where are we at? Oh, we could go the other way, but we wouldn't have to. There's nothing over there. There's another way to go to get here. Moving on. Side rooms. I know there's another paper around here. I gotta just keep an eye out for it. Yeah, speaking of which, I haven't given a negative just for the interaction bar, but I kind of have to. There is absolutely no good reason for every interaction in every dungeon, in every quest, and every everything to be... There? Nope, not there. Okay, double checking. That's a good question, Blade Torval. I would say it's not the worst thing. It's nice, you know, it's nice to see something approaching design. It's actually the most design we've seen in any dungeon so far. Which isn't saying much, but it's still true. Oh, by the way, did you notice we've actually already fought a boss? Come on, game. Oh no, the web. I swear those webs used to be more irritating. Maybe I'm just misremembering. Like, I have actual memories of DPS and healers trying to push through that web, and it taking longer than a second to do so. We are minimum eye level, I swear. You saw me set the option. That would make sense, Blade Torval. Yeah, I have memories of doing this at level, and in, you know, squadrons, and yeah. I mean, squadrons are dumb, but they're not that dumb. Sorry, elbow itch. I have to scratch the elbow itch. I have to get turned around for a second. I should mention the samey corridors. So that's 3 visual problems with this dungeon. But hang on, let's fight our second boss. This is it. You ready for this? This boss has the most terrifying gimmick in the entire game. It poisons you. Honestly, if not for the music, I couldn't even tell that that's a boss. Oh, it also slows you. Oh my god! It has 2 mechanics! No! Game over, man. Game over. Who will get there first? Will it be Zero or me? It was Zero. Damn it. So now we have this section. Okay, let me just be very clear. This has no excuse. Now, there are ways to make some kind of slow effect matter when it comes to, you know, terrain. But they do nothing with this. They just have sex. This is when the dungeon actually starts to get bad. Because you're just slower. See that? It doesn't lower your attack speed. It doesn't make it harder to maneuver. It literally just makes these corridors longer. That's it. And there's a bunch of webs in the way because they want you to go even slower for some reason. Like, I'm not trying to be impatient here, but this is actually pointless. If they did this slow and there was something they could do with it, like slow, and then there's a telegraph attack you have to get out of, or slow, and then there's something, well, and then there's something where, I don't know, you want to split up, or there's terrain damage, or just something, right? But no, instead it's just slow. You're just slower. That's it. That being said, I guess I'm also not really... I need to get up here in front so I can really show off the other stupid thing that this place has. The fleshy pods! Hang on, I gotta pop at least one fleshy pod myself here. Hey, it's a fleshy pod. Ugh! They're just poison bombs. That's it. They're poison bombs. Ugh, poison. That's it. I think there's something in here. Am I wrong? I thought there was like one more letter, but whatever. No, Asuna helps everything except the slow. In fact, if you here, watch this. If you mouse over the slow, it actually says cannot be restored by normal means. And if you pay attention to the icon, it actually doesn't have the blue bar over it, which means you can't dispel it. In FF14, there's only one type of dispellable ability, unlike most MMOs, and that is a dispellable ability. Everything that can be dispelled is the same category, can all be dispelled by the same thing, which is Asuna. So that it. See, there you go. You can see the blue beam. Perfect. I was actually doing that on purpose, even. Yeah, like, maybe there's some mechanic where, like, there's, like, an enemy that's normally fast or something. Let's see if Brigman can keep me alive with 3 poisons. Aw, she's keeping me alive. So this is going to sound weird because, you know, I hate this dungeon, but honestly, you know, ignoring the fact that I've done this dungeon 700,000 times, which is part of the problem, I think this is merely a bad dungeon so far. Like, yeah, I feel like Copperbell so far is actually worse than this. I can't believe I'm saying that. Copperbell had worse encounter design and worse boss design. Yeah, Copperbell is like, alright, here's a bunch of trash mobs as an encounter. And it's just, what are the freaking bosses in Copperbell? It's literally just wave after wave of trash. Okay, real talk, real quick. One time, I pulled a boss while this cutscene was playing, completely by accident. I've never forgotten that, because I felt bad about it ever since. It's even a significant cutscene. And I felt so bad about this. Oh, yep, the question bot is off. You're right. Let's go ahead and get a picture of that. Yeah, this is not a good dungeon, let's be clear. But I don't think this qualifies in Copperbell territory. We'll call this like a 0.8 or so Copperbells. Something like that. Where's the log? Sorry, give me a sec. I have to report something. Let's just grab this. Oh, geez, I need even more. Hang on, just a sec. There we go. Sorry, getting an error. Reporting in. Turning the bot back on. Bot is back. Oh, nope, nope. The bot is not capable of turning back on. That's interesting. Why not? Sorry, give me 1 second here. Sunken Temple Vanilla knocks this completely out of the world. Like, just... I mean, you're right, Mr. Red. Sunken Temple Vanilla is just so bad. Imagine all the problems we've complained about, narrow corridors, difficult visuals, too dark. Now imagine you don't have a map. Now imagine it's a confusing maze that's actually vertical. And add on top of that bad boss design, bad trash design, etc. That's vanilla Sunken Temple.
Elko Hitra Bublo Hans. Seize that on Rajyador. Thagon well rogue. Tosan no Paiki. Mayhap I might if I deign to speak in my guest crude tongue. We meet at last.
Hi.
I am Lahabrea of the Asians, servant to the one true God. Yours is a most fantastical tale, truly absorbing. It is a tale to tell Eorzea's children before bedtime, and it will soon be dark, bringer of light.
The Dark Minions.
All that stands between this world and darkness is an irksome anomaly in the ether. The Echo. Yes, yours is a most fascinating tale. Alas, like all good tales, it must needs come to an end. But fear not.
Here, feel the presence of evil.
For the end of your tale is but the beginning of another. The tale of the crystal's demise.
So yeah, that cutscene I accidentally pulled instead of it for a pug, and I feel so bad about that. I think that was a couple of years ago at this point. I still feel bad about it. Anyways, so, Uison Corp asks a very good question. Now, let's be very clear. The overall structure of cutscene to dungeon that this game employs works. You have a cutscene at the beginning, usually short, just kind of an introductory thing. Each boss gets a little I'm here, mwahaha, very Mega Man style. And then you get to the end of the dungeon, complete the dungeon, and either a cutscene starts immediately upon killing the boss, or after you click the exit dungeon portal. That format works very well. It ensures that people doing it for the first time don't have to skip anything, because the people doing it the second time aren't having to stay there for too long in order to wait for the cutscenes, right? However, sticking large cutscenes in the middle of the dungeon does the exact opposite of all of that. It forces the people who've done this before, who are just doing roulettes or whatever, to just sit there and wait. Or skip. Or force the person to skip, or kick them, or all sorts of other bad stuff that can happen. And it forces the person doing it for the first time to be effectively a burden. And, oh, god damn it, on the rest of the group. Yeah, this is literally why we have unskippable cutscenes in the MSQQ. Now, this sucks, is what I'm trying to say. I don't know if it's gameplay negative worthy by itself, but I think the fact that they do it here and in the MSQQ is absolutely something that's gameplay negative worthy. We will have to actually discuss the MSQQ when we get there, because that's its own issue. So right now, all I'm going to do is jot down a negative for... oh yeah, and Stone Vigil. So it's Todorek, another bad dungeon, by the way, Stone Vigil, and MSQQ. Cutscenes in mid-dungeon. And I'm just going to write that down, and we'll kind of debate how we're going to do that later. because we've got other ideas with that, but let's move on for right now. Because the thing I want to talk about right now is how bad of a dungeon this was. Now, let's be clear. This is a bad dungeon. But I think, having gone through with review and analysis mode on, looking at it as carefully and fairly as I can, this is not as bad as Copperbell. However, that doesn't mean it's not a negative. What I'm thinking about doing, so I might actually bake the cutscene in the dungeon thing into the dungeon negative, and we'll see what we think of Stone Vigil when we get there, right? Because the MSQQ is probably going to be on the negative axis on the gameplay thing anyways. But we'll get there, we'll get there. Yeah, let's get out of here. Come on. Kill it. Kill it. Oh. Never mind. Do not kill that. Finally, fresh air. Maybe not so fresh, but better than before. Also gross. Ah, Sinister One is gone. This one can leave this awful place. Yes, just by default, Pillars of Snow. Since the question bot isn't working all of a sudden. Because the, a off-tank that doesn't have to do a lot of living on their own. Okay, hang on, let me walk the back. There's two kinds of off-tanks, okay? Now, traditionally, the off-tank was the one who couldn't generate aggro, but could live a lot. That mentality hasn't existed for a while. I admit, however, I still tend to think of it like that. Another good type of off-tank is someone who is effectively a DPS, whether it's a blue DPS or an actual DPS or whatever, because their purpose is just to kind of hold off other stuff and get in some extra damage while the main tank is busy living, right? In that respect, Dark Knight is at least a fairly decent off-tank, aka a DPS that can go do its own thing. Sorry, I'm sending another little bug report to Zalog the Awesome. There we go. Did Walking One vanquish Many-Legged One? Oh, this one is grateful to Walking One. Excuse me! It's Helpful One. Or Dancing One. This one is called Frixio, eldest of these ones of little solace. See, I can only speculate on that, Pillars of Snow, because I haven't played Dark Knight past 80. Meanwhile, in the past... Alpha Squad reporting. Nothing of note at Lark's call, sir. Understood. Return to Area 12. Damn it, where's that cursed icon hiding? No sign of our wizened friend. I'm afraid not, my lord. Shall I order the search parameter be expanded? Absolutely not. We risk alerting the Gridanians to our presence. His Excellency bid us avoid unnecessary confrontation. Loath though I am to admit it, I have found no evidence to suggest Ramu will be gracing the mortal realm in the near future. I ask you, what good is a god that does not grant one's wishes? Were I a Sylph, I would strongly consider finding myself another idol. Which reminds me, what of the Sylphs we captured? A handful of them seemed to be reasonably good health last I looked. Apologies, my lord. I fear we have been overzealous in our efforts to compel them to summon their icon. Really, Centurion? Were you not aware that vegetables bruise easily? It is well that I did not entrust you with the important task of making my dinner. Well, mayhap it is a kindness. Better dead in truth than dead to one's own god, I suppose, if you believe in such things. Dawn is upon us. Make ready to withdraw. Useless. We're so close to completion, I can taste it! But at this rate... No, I must be patient. Our efforts will bear fruit in due time. What was he always said? Ah, yes. Though it means bringing down the very heavens, who shall challenge the limits of possibility, if not we? In that alone were you right, Garland. Senpai! Oh, sorry. But your star is long fallen. Mine doth begin to rise, and it shall burn so bright Lord Van Balser's ultimate weapon will seem a mere candle beside it. I will be super amazing, and everyone's going to be my friend, and they're all going to like me again, and then they'll come to my birthday party when I invite them. Those walking ones did for Noxia. This one is certain of it. This one fears the taken ones also suffered the same fate. This one is convinced walking ones have black hearts, seek only to harm these ones. Walking ones are not to be trusted. Now, Neuraxia. Do not pass judgment too hastily. Not all walking ones are alike. Though there are evil ones among walking ones, there are good ones also. They're called dancing ones. Does walking one feel unwell? Please stop calling me that. This one would know. What brings walking one to this place? Please stop calling me that. Came to this one's rescue at Neuraxia's bidding? Then this one owes dancing one a debt of gratitude. Walking one has questions about Lord Ramu? Well, then this one will provide answers. Can we do it not here? Please. Yes, let's get the hell out of here. Meanwhile, La Habrea is like, Mwahaha! I am extremely evil. Mwahaha! Oh, excuse me. Where the hell am I? Oh god, I went to the wrong place. No! You know, that's true, I didn't dance for her yet. That's what I should just do. I should just be like, hey, dance. Well, let's empty out the QA bot while I'm here. What Resident Evil game am I looking forward to? The remake of 4. Umbral Magma says, I've been coming up with a campaign in setting in my head for 5 years now. I need to start writing it, but I'm not sure what to start. I should probably not answer that until Umbral Magnus is there, so I'm going to hold on to that one. So we'll get rid of this. Go down to here. Go. We'll just save that one. Arsbruce says, sounds like your cold has gotten better. Well, it's gotten better, but I'm not doing so great. Zactef says, favorite character in this game? He shows up in Shadowbringers. Lava Natrius, I hope I'm pronouncing that even close to correctly, says, will you do Castrum and Praetorium as intended or speedrun style as everyone does these days? Well, this is a review, so we do actually have to review the dungeons as they are, or indeed as are intended to be. So we will be doing it at level, synced, yada yada yada. And, it's gonna suck, but we are gonna do that in that manner. And if Village Idiot is there, I can answer their questions. But otherwise, Trihexia asks a question for the bot that is not up. How do you make your control bar look like that for ease of access to your abilities? I don't understand the question. So... explain? Like, this game has decent HUD customization, but honestly, it's actually a little limited compared to some of the other ones I've played. So I'm not sure what you mean. Scion says, how are you finding the setting in compared to Warhammer 40k? Little less gross. Little less horrible, you know, stuff like that. Less interesting on the Orcs. But we get the Skaven, so that's kind of a trade-off there. So far, the Skaven are my favorite race from Warhammer, and the Orcs are my favorite from Warhammer 40k, so that's whatever. If you're asking how I get everything visible, well, when you go to HUD layout here, all of the hotbars are right there, 1 through 10. And you can go through each one individually. You notice 10 is up there and actually not visible in the upper left. So you click that, and actually, no, you don't. Maybe you click something. I don't know what you click. You click something somewhere. I actually don't know where to do this. Oh, there it is. Transparency settings. Yep. Wait, no, that's not right either. Oh, there we go. There we go. Yep, yep. So if you right-click it, you see how it kind of lights up and then goes away like that. That's how you make something visible or not visible. I knew there was a way to do it. I just couldn't remember. Yes, I don't want to save any of my changes. And so you could do this in any of them. Like virtually any MMO allows you to have more than just your 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 bars up. You can have pretty much all of them up. As I mentioned, I actually have 9 bars up right now. I did showcase a little bit of that. Let me hit the wrong button first. It's an extremely important part of the process. So, you know, here's hotbar 9. I have shrunk these over here because these don't have to be big. These just have my miscellaneous stuff. You can also do a thing. So you see how the 4 over here is just a 4, but the 9 over here has a little outline around it? The outline means that's a universal bar. So to demonstrate what that means, watch my 4 bar as I change to any other class. It changes, but none of these bars change. None of the ones with the number with the outline change. There's a setting to change a bar to be a universal bar, meaning no matter what your class is, it's always there, or to change it based on your specific class. So I have, I think it's 6? Nope, it's 5. 5 through 9 over there is all the universal bars. And 1, 2, 3, and 4 are the class-specific ones. And 10, technically. Did you know you can link glamour plates to gear sets? That's impossible! But yes, I did actually know that. Okay. So yes, the Sylph Elder is fine. We have given a negative to gameplay. Just 1. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I need to type this up here. I'm still not sure if Copperbell deserves 2. Except for the fact that I guess it technically got 2, didn't it? So, you know what? Never mind. So Copperbell is actually 2 negatives, now that I'm thinking about it. Yep, okay. Let's update the HUD really quick, shall we, here? Some of these aren't codified yet, mostly because I just don't know how many pluses or negatives are going to be. There we go. And that's where we're at right now. So, I don't rightly know what to make of the rest of your tale, but I'm full glad Phrixio didn't come to any harm. Ah, there I go, tempting fate. Run over to Little Solace and secure us peace with the Sylphs before anything else befalls us, eh? Rest assured, I'll send word to our friends of Charlayan and Twin Adder both. You've done Gridania a great service this day, scratch eyelid, and earned yourself a place of honor at Druthers. Be sure to come by whenever you feel like a drop of Kakir and Firewater. Yeah, in a year. Say, friend, there's something I'd like you to see delivered to the Sylphs. Some rose oil. It's a gift and a token. The wood's not what it used to be. The calamity changed the elementals, weakened them. Until their strength is returned, we must lend them ours to keep the wood safe, but ours alone will not be enough. We need the strength of the Sylphs. Only by working together and fighting together will we survive together, and the 12s would with us. The gift I ask you to bear is a symbol of the hope that both Gridanian and Sylph alike will live to see light beyond this darkness. Well, okay, I guess. I'm not sure if I'm looking forward to Trihexa, because I don't know anything about it. But I hope it's good. As I often do. Yeah, exactly, Krenzler. I hope it doesn't suck. That'd be nice. Come on. A gift? Yes, a gift. Yep. We will be friends forever. Believe in yourself is the name of this quest. This one has been expecting Walking One. This one fetches Elder One. This one is pleased to see Walking One again. Welcome to the home of these ones. Papalimo, you screw this up again, I swear to God. Oh, there you are, Laurel. We've just been hearing tale of your deeds of daring do. Yeah, I had to fight a mite. Ah, the Walking Ones who aided Neuraxia. This one is grateful. A pleasure to have been of service. If you don't mind my asking, how did your misadventure come about? Ah, this one does not mind the misadventures, as Walking One calls them, of this one began when the Imperial Ones entered the wood. Fearing trouble, these ones decided to watch the Imperial Ones closely. These ones watched too closely as Imperials noticed and tried to catch us. Having nowhere else to flee, this one fled to Totorak. Would that this one had not. In Totorak, a sinister one, robed in black, tried to feed this one to a many-legged one. A sinister robed feeling of black. Why do I feel like I should be more worried about that than I am? Ida. Look, the grown-ups are talking, Ida, okay? Elder Frixio, we come to you as emissaries of the nation of Gridania. This missive bears words of the Elder Seedseer. Ah, this one, see. So Walking Ones of Gridania are fearful of Lord Ramu. Plainly put, yes, your people summoned the Lord of Levin but once, yet that single occurrence occasioned great alarm. But it's not as if the Gridanians dislike you or anything. Actually, it's just the opposite. They think of you as friends. They don't want anything to get in the way of that. That's why we wrote to you. This one knows and respects Horned One Kan-e Saint. Oh my god. Twitface. Be assured, like Walking Ones of Gridania, these ones have no desire for conflict. These ones resorted to summoning Lord Ramu to protect the wood from Imperial Ones. This one counseled against doing so, but was not heeded. Against this one's wishes, Lord Ramu was summoned, and all those ones who took part became touched ones. These ones want so desperately to turn touched ones back to normal ones, but did not know how, and still do not know how. Touched ones, meanwhile, wanted to turn these ones into touched ones, and did not know how. So this one fled to little solace with those ones who did not wish to be bound to Lord Ramu. But Walking Ones of Gridania need not fear touched ones. By the way, beard! Unlike other primal lords, Lord Ramu is not callous or cruel. He's also wielding the Black Mage weapon that you can get from him. So long as Walking Ones do not trespass on these ones' ancient ancestral homelands, where touched... Oh my god, I can't say... Stay out, you're cool! Is what they just said there. But this one has spoken enough of touched ones. This one will speak instead of these ones. As this one said, these ones desire peace and with Walking Ones of Gridania. And so these ones ask for a chance to set things right. By way of addendum, mortals who are tempered come to take on the qualities embodied by the primal in question. In the case of Sylphs, Ramu's influence has made them Fiercely protective of their homeland. That explains why they're so hostile towards trespassers. Well, what about the abductions? A fine question. The abductions are, I believe, an expression of the tempered Sylphs' desire for reconciliation. Another quality traditionally associated with Ramu. In the crudest manner imaginable, they seek to bring their fellows back into the fold. A timely reminder that the challenges posed by each primal are unique. It's a fun fight, too. It's probably one of the better of the earlier ones. Elder Frixio, we thank you for making your will known to us. The people of Gridania will rest easier with the knowledge that they and the Sylphs are united in their desire for peace. Wishing to cooperate, this one has written down feelings of these ones. Please see it that they are conveyed to Horned One Kanye-sena. So a rapper who's a great racer. Alright, Ramu's done. Cool. Is that a jibe? If so, feel it fair to observe one of us wouldn't recognize reason if it punched her on the nose. So they yell at each other for a second. You know, what is with Square and portraying their unarmed characters like this? You ever notice that Yang wasn't like it and Tifa wasn't like this? But you look at Sabin, and then you look at Zell, and then you look at Ida, and I think there's another one. Oh yeah, Snow. Right? Like, anyways. Oh yeah, Prisha over in FF11. Or Prish, I actually don't know how to pronounce it. Elder Fruxia, we humbly thank you for your time. It's been an honor. Yeah, arguably Isla over in Chrono Trigger. Yeah, Amaret was... Yeah, he was weird. He was more ninja than monk. Please wait, Walking One lore. This one has yet to give Walking One a token of this one's appreciation. Ah! When these ones summoned Lord Ramu, these ones were gifted this crystal. This one would now bestow the crystal upon Walking One as a symbol of these ones' trust. 3 down. This really is Ocarina of Time. Who knew? I'm going to be 100% honest. I know this is a pseudo lore run and all that, and I don't actually want someone to answer this, but I don't remember why we're gathering these crystals. I know it comes up at some point. This one was not mistaken about Walking One. Walking One is destined to walk a fate far crueler than this one can imagine. A brilliant light from within Walking One enveloped crystal. This one saw. Mark this one well. That crystal will one day be of use to Walking One. Keep crystal safe at all times. Before Walking One returns to Gridania, this one would ask Walking One to watch Touched Ones. So long as Touched Ones are not troubled, Touched Ones will not make trouble. Well, I have no idea, Zactout. Your guess is actually as good as mine. If Walking One witnesses Touched Ones making no trouble, mayhap Walking One can testify to Walking Ones of Gridania that these ones mean no harm. Yep. Go look out! And then do some beckoning fates. I love beckoning fates. Yeah. Let me translate what just happened there. Don't start none, won't be none. I have found the coveted spot. Look out! What do my elf eyes see? I must go and murder all the Sylphs. They are the wrong colored cabbage. Wait. Is this? Yep, this is back in. In we go. God. These are the quests that have reduced quests from ARR. How did I put up with this? I'm sorry, I don't mean to sound negative, but God, these quests take forever. Anyways. So, Ramu, settled. Ifrit, settled. Peace in our time. The Germans will never cross the Rhine. The Sylphic folk have long been friends to Gridania. The mere thought of being at war with them pained the elder seed seer to no end. But owing to your efforts, she'll be able to rest easier. But being the benevolent soul she is, my lady will surely try to find a way to reverse the tempering process. Nope, that is still happening, Maz. You can still type !guess to get a link to that. Yeah, what? Hello, it's me, Minfilia. Ida and Papalimo returned some time ago. They wasted no time in regaling me with tales of your exploits. Thanks in large part to you, the name of one primal may be struck from our list of enemies, and the Gridanians may turn their attention to more pressing matters. Well done. Yet at the end of one tale is the start of another. Pray return to the waking sands at your earliest convenience. Honestly, the gameplay negatives in this game overall will absolutely be a net positive. If nothing else, dungeons and individual bosses will start to get positives when we get into the, let's call it what it is, the good stuff. That's actually 2... Is that right? I think that's right. It's actually 2 prayer returns if you're counting. Yeah, no, there's going to be a lot of front-loading gameplay negatives, and then we're going to get to the point where that's going to taper off. You'll notice a lot of the gameplay negatives we've given so far are also for system stuff, right? Interface issues, or core combat issues, or the interaction bar, and blah, 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 blah. I think only, like, 3 of those are specifically for ARR content. Double check here. There's the no music thing, which is an ARR thing. Up there's the relic, that is actually ARR. So that's 3 there. Then there's Copperbell, and Totorax. That's actually 6 negatives for ARR. All the rest are just for FF14. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this is going to be a pretty big net positive once we get there. No doubt. What's the Red Ranger pose? Oh god, it's the villain. I am given to understand. Hang on, let me get my most evil voice here. Hang on. I am given to understand that the matter of Ramu has finally been resolved. I fear resolved bespeaks a permanence we cannot rightly claim, yet I am well satisfied the Lord of Levin will not trouble us in the foreseeable future. Your satisfaction is assurance enough. For me. How fares the investigation? I have uncovered many truths. Thancred is sparing no effort. They are many and one, just as you suspected. Their purpose, however, eludes us still. That's what I'm going for, Rex. It actually bothers me I can do that kind of voice. Speaking of story negatives, I've been meaning to ask, is Alize quite well? I fear I have scarcely seen her. She is off becoming a villain. Alize has chosen to walk her own path. Stubborn girl. But you may rest assured our destination remains the same. And on that note, I take my leave of you. I trust the Baldessian report shall serve you well. Seriously, okay, all joking aside, the scene earlier and this mention of Alize finding her own path, I was so convinced she was going to be a villain. Why do you ask? You scarce need my permission to act. Of course, Baron. That's easy, actually. I was gonna say, I can snap him in half. All right. I've looked forward to congratulating you on your triumph. Hang on. I have been looking forward to congratulating you on your triumph in the Twelveswood. Owing to your efforts, conflict has been averted. You have done the Scions proud. Attaboy mode disengaged. So who's next? The Sahagin and Leviathan? No. The Lord of Horrell... I actually don't know how to pronounce that. Has not answered his minion's call of late, nor is he expected to do so in the near future. Hi, Jordan. And hi, Baron. While the Sahagin remain as aggressive as ever, they lack the quantity of crystal required to call forth their god. As with the Sylphs, we can leave them to their own devices for a time, at least. For a time bears repeating, we can ill afford to fall complacent. It is as Y'shtola says, unless we know the minds of the beast tribes, we cannot predict with any certainty when next a primal will be returned to plague the land. It might be Titan! Any word on Titan? Hey! The Maelstrom keeps the kobolds under constant observation. We shall hear from them ere long, you may depend upon it. Indeed. So then, if all the known primals that have been active in recent years, we are left with... Garuda, who was the primal of the Exo who lived near Gridania. That's what I meant. Ida. Yeah, Titan. So many malms to cover. Would that there is a more efficient way to conduct our surveys. Oh, right, she's a robot. Were he still with us, we would not have had to wait for a more practicable solution. Exterminate! 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 She's not wrong there. What in the world are you, Chief? Yeah, we could use an airship. Or 3. But one step at a time. Henceforth, the Order of the Twin Adder will handle all manners... Sorry. Will handle all matters pertaining to the Sylphs, under the sage guidance of the Seed Seers. I bid you enjoy a moment's respite. You have earned it. Slow camera pan. It's off. Oh my god! I don't think I ever saw that part of her outfit before. Is there something else, Lore? I have something to speak of. A man named La Habrea. Beg pardon, a man named La Habrea. 12 Preserve. Prior to the calamity, the Ascians took great pains to remain hidden. Why would they choose to cast off their veil of secrecy now? This bodes ill. We must take advantage of the present lull in primal hostilities and investigate La Habrea. Learn all we can of him and his designs. I dread to... Eek! Kataru! What, you mean like, Unatco? That's not historical, though. Hi. A Sylph and Thanolin? At long last, this one finds walking when... Please stop calling me that! This one is most dependable of these ones. Is sent by Elder One Frixio to help walking. Please stop calling me that. This one is called Noraxia. This one comes as friend. Let these ones be friends. What is... You know what? I would prefer running one, but that's for different reasons. Yeah, I'm going to turn it into the killing one if you don't stop with that. What's the name of the UN Security International Police? I actually can't think of the name of it. There is a term for that. We've referred to them before when it comes to Star Wars, because Star Wars has a concept like that too. I can't think of what they're freaking called, because I'm stupid and dumb and tired. Interpol! There you go. That's probably as close to a real-life concept as the Scions as we've had. It's not quite there, but that's as close as I think we've gotten. Yes, Tataru is ready to express her fright as she is so ready to express everything else. Not all... Oh, sorry, you're a robot. Not all of us are as forged of the same steel as you, I'm afraid. But it takes all kinds to make a family, and it pleases me to no end to see ours continue to grow. One by one, the people of Eorzea are beginning to unite, drawn to the hope that shines within you. Yet a darkness, it threatens to engulf this... Shut up. Exiting New Game Plus mode. Holy crap. That's a cutoff point? It's okay. That's a little sudden. That was part 2, I think? Yes. I think. Hey! I'm afraid there is no rest for the weary. It's been 5 seconds. We must delve further into the motivations of the masked man, the Ascian known as La Habrea. This is an ideal moment to do so, while our hands are not bound dealing with another primal. At present, we know little and less about the Ascians, only that destruction follows in their wake. I should not be surprised if these things are... Oh my god, yes, they're behind everything, I get it. Yep, Grand Company. They've seen them somewhere near Commander Swift in Ul'dah. Go to Ul'dah and talk to this. Be safe. Peace. A Doctor Who MMO where every single player is the Doctor. All 700,000 of them. And they're all sexy. Hi. Yep, you saw him. I would point you to the witness who saw him, but he died 2 days ago. Well, that sucks. Go talk to this merchant instead. Okay, I'll go talk to a merchant. Yes, Baron. The game starts with Earth being destroyed. And you're like, fix it! Oh, hey, there's that thing I was going to show you, but now it's raining and terrible, so I can't actually show it to you. Look, I actually like the rain effects, but the fog effects, the weather fog effects in this game can go to hell. Like, look at that. Look at that. That's just, look at that. Thank you, Pretzel. I am glad you're enjoying. I'll try to get you in the next dungeon, I swear. I don't think we're going to get to another one today. Oh, it's so much worse in Mordona. I think I showed you that thing. That's pieces of them. You know, it's kind of complicated, but whatever. I have not given a negative to animation lock, although that's actually a good point. What do I think about a negative to animation locking? Because it's certainly a thing in this game. Like, there's a lot of, you can't do ye flask, because you're currently in the middle of going, ugh. Steins Gate Elite. Yeah, that's the thing. So this is going to sound so terrible. I tend to forget about the animation locking, because I've played this game before. Not only in 1.0, and I told you how bad it was there, but even back in ARR. The animation locking was so much worse. You see this? I'm about to do something that wasn't in this game at launch. Look, it dismounts me when I talk to someone. Like, this game used to be so animation locked, it was kind of silly. Oh, you're after a masked man. Such an individual might have featured in one of many rumors I've heard. If you linger a while, maybe you'll hear a few. Yeah, sure. Tell me your rumors. When the Order of Naldthal began excavating the ruins, I had hoped the High Bridge would turn into a bustling hub for pilgrims. It didn't. So, spend coin. Take your bloody... I know what I said before, but vague rumors are all I've got. If you want to know about them, go to ask the other merchants. Well, I'm sorry, I only have 2 million gil, so I can't help you, poor, struggling merchant. Be gone with it. I'm bored now. Thank you, Baron. Very much. As always. And I will jot that down for Kirby. You got it. Give me 1 second here. Yeah, in an ideal world, you wouldn't even have to be dismounted, but again, this is yet another example of them doing a workaround to make the game better without being able to actually make the game better. And I know that sounds cruel, but again, I would hate to work on this game so much. I would be in the dev room, in the meeting room, like, all right, so we've made it so you can talk to people while mounted, right? No, we can't. Why not? Blah, 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 blah. Oh my god. Okay. Can we add a trigger that every time you trigger a conversation, it dismounts you? Yes, but only for certain types of conversations, because it's true, there's actually some interactions that it won't do that, and it's like... Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and make that. It's just, God, my heart goes out to these devs. It really does. Thank you, Rax. I do appreciate the extra paperwork. Whoop! In order to make this smoother and more organized. Yeah, you can open a restaurant with this code. Yes, he wears a black hooded robe. He looks suspicious! Very suspicious! And he likes to... Well, I shouldn't say that. He likes to, act evil. There we go. He just stands there twirling his mustache. He doesn't even have a mustache. He just twirls the air. I've been thinking about the server tick thing. I think you brought that one up before. Or someone else did. I'm not sure if I think the server tick system deserves a negative. We should talk about some... I really hope we hit Titan today. I don't think we're going to. Hang on. Give me a second here. So there's a suspicious man around here. But I totally have information on it. Very, very reliable information. He's totally there. Wink. Oh, Titan's level 34? Damn it. Alright, never mind. For some reason I thought he was next. Hang on, where are we? So there's Ifrit. I'm gonna scroll down a little bit. There's Totema. Oh, yep, you're right. Hawk is next. Hawk and then Brayfloxes. Then Titan. Well, the reason I was going to mention Titan is snapshotting, because I hate snapshotting. In fact, I hate snapshotting so much that I used to die on Titan with regularity, because my internet connection was not good enough, despite being the second best that was available. Yeah, the landslide snapshots can go to hell. In all honesty, we've actually talked about this before. Snapshotting in general, I don't enjoy. But Titan specifically, that fight is probably going to be negative territory because of how it does its mechanics and because of how it does its snapshotting. Because it's just... So snapshotting, I'm here, rah, rah, but then I do this. Except I can't, well, let me. Can I do this? Can I do this? Can I do any ability? Of course I can. Let's say I'm like, whoosh, and I'm ready to attack this thing. A little telegraph shows up, and there's a specific point in time at which it snapshots who's in that telegraph once it fades, specifically. Now, the exact moment of that fade has a little bit of variability, but yeah, it's pretty much when the telegraph goes away, that's the snapshot. If you've ever seen a situation, and I know you have if you've played this game, where like, let's say this rock is a telegraph, right? So the telegraph goes off, and I'm like, oh shoot, and then the telegraph goes away right as I'm leaving it, and then I go, maybe about this far away, and then you get hit. That's snapshotting in a nutshell. Now that is basically why I don't like snapshotting, is because it feels counterintuitive to my brain. But I will probably not give snapshotting as a whole a negative, because it's just the nature of how it does it, right? It's the nature of how the game is designed. But again, Titan specifically, his snapshots kind of freaking suck. Most snapshots are pretty clear, right? It's like, clong, and there it is. In other cases, it's more like, oh god! And then... Now, since that's not what you meant by server ticks, I'm actually going to have to ask you to explain what you mean by server ticks and how it applies. Because I know what server ticks means, but I'm not sure how it applies in FF14, especially in a negative light. So for those of you at home, server ticks refers to every time something is supposed to happen server side. It's usually the increment of interaction. Think of it as turns, in the most traditional sense of the word. Games like these are real time, but that's actually not technically true. It's just rather than having a turn be several seconds, those turns are like microseconds, and there's still turns, and each one of those is a server tick. And over in WoW, I could talk about server ticks and how they're used and how they're designed, and what they do and how they change some of the specific mechanics. But in WoW, that stuff is only at like the highest end of things. Like that's doing mythic pluses, that's doing heroic and mythic raids. You don't even have to think about server ticks for the most part over in WoW. Someone mentioned telegraphing with regards to dots. That's true. It's actually, or not telegraphing, sorry, snapshotting. That's actually kind of a different thing. To explain what that means, over in WoW there's a system. Let's say that I'm a warlock, and let's say I put a buff, a debuff, a dot, damage over time on Mr. Red right there. Pwah! It does 5 damage every second. 5, 5, 5. But let's say while that's going out, I suddenly get buffed with a ton of spell power thing. That doesn't change the dot, because the snapshot for the damage of the dot already happened. Make sense? So I have to be buffed, then drop the dots, and that's what actually buffs the dots. Now they're doing 10, 10, 10, 10, etc. So that's kind of its own thing over in WoW, just because someone brought that up. Either way, so I see what you're... Whoop, hello. Die, monster! I love doing that. We can discuss server ticks. I would need specifics. I don't think server ticks in general... Did that person just fall through the rock? I don't think server ticks in general are a bad idea, because they're actually kind of required. Server ticks have to exist to some extent or another, because a server needs a unit of time by which to process things, right? This has to happen within this space, and this has to happen within this space. Now, I'm guessing, this is just presumption, but if you're paying attention earlier, I was showing off Sage, and I mentioned how you could do this, and get up this heal, and then, if you time it right, as you're getting hit, you pop that, which actually gets rid of the buff, the bubble, in order to turn it into a heal. I'm guessing server ticks is why you can do that, have the benefit of the bubble, and then have the benefit of the heal within the same attack. Because the server tick, it sounds like it's actually functioning as a stack, to use the MTG term. Okay, here we go. We got this. The attack comes in, it hits the bubble, and then there's the heal that goes through, and everything resolves, right? I know, Umbral Magus. Oh, you're here, Umbral Magus. Hang on, you asked me a question. You said you've been trying to come up with a campaign setting for 5 years and need to start writing it down. Not sure where to start. So, my first bit of advice is to, and I've actually given this advice before, what do you like? Do you like elemental stuff? Do you like dichotomy of light and darkness? Do you like light being not good and dark being not evil? Do you like politics and political stories? Do you like war stories? Do you like cool dragoons? Do you like dragons in general? Home in on something that you really enjoy. Home in on something that it really just absolutely catches your attention, right? Write that first and build around it, okay? So let's say you like dragoons. Okay, well, dragoons are cool. They can do this huge jumping thing. Why? How can they have this superhuman jump? Well, so you have to write an explanation for that. Okay, so they empower themselves with the elements of air. Okay, well, what are the elements of air? Well, okay, they function like this. They're the spirit entity that exists within the ley lines of the planet. Okay, well, are there other elementals within the planet? Well, okay, you build that out. And you see what I mean? Pick something that really catches your interest, and then as you explain it, you will build around it and flesh out the world as you go. That's my best piece of advice for when you're really getting started with world building. Where's my dragoon? There it is. So let's actually do this quest I've been staring at for like several seconds here as we debate this. Well, there's no one here. Oh well. Oh my god! There's only one thing to do. Hit all the buttons to destroy this person as much as possible. Oh, I only did like a 6k hit. Good night, Giga Pudding. Hope to see you tomorrow. So, that was a member of the Corpse Brigade. No relation to Final Fantasy Tactics. Yeah, I've given that advice several times, and I stand by it. I firmly believe that if you're not sure where to begin with your world building, and you don't know how much world building you want to do, because there is such a thing as too much world building, start there. Like, I care a great deal about world building, but even I don't actually go into the specifics of how the toilets on the spaceships work, right? Because there's such a thing as too far down. There's such a thing as zooming in the camera too far when it comes to world building. See you around, Ross. I am glad you have enjoyed, despite, you know, issues. So, I found your masked man. It has a ward of the Destroyer. Yeah, exactly, Rex. In case you're unfamiliar, Rhalgr is the guardian deity. Highly uncommon for folk of other nations to revere him. I'd wager your assailant was Mhigan. Now, this actually isn't the first time they've mentioned the Mhigans. I think it's actually the third time total, but this is the first time Mhigan will actually be brought into the limelight a little bit. It seems this masked man of yours is very well connected. I confess the merchant in me envies such a diverse network of contacts. The self-same merchant also senses danger and darkness. Are you sure you wouldn't just rather chill here at Highbridge? Well, go find him. Yeah, be prepared for an unpleasant welcome. Because Alamigo... Yep, it's time to go to Southern Thanalan for the first time. While spinning. Oh, that fog. Look at that. Oh, God, that's awful. Whoops. Hang on. Is this... Yep. Hi. He said, what? I wish I could be a better daughter to him. It's just that... I'm sorry. I shouldn't... By the way, he said to send his love. I'm grateful for you delivering the message. What brings you here? A masked man? That description doesn't ring any bells. But you should talk to this other person. Hello, other person. Who are you? State your business. Well, I am getting a sub from Ultima Cloud. Thank you very much. Good, I'm glad, Humble Magnus. Well, I held on to that question until I saw you in chat. And thank you, Ultima Cloud. I will put that towards near replicant. And I'll also cough. Excuse me. Masked villain. Why should we help you, pray? We struggle enough without... How could you... What's wrong with you, casual? Sorry. It's okay. I'm cool. We're all cool here. I need Cashel tied up and killed before he infuses the others with his love of FF11. You are not welcome here. Be gone. Jeez, dude. Rude much. There it is. Run. Let's say you've built a sufficient amount of your world and you want to figure out what story to write. How do you know what story to write first? I actually can't give advice on that, because that actually doesn't work that way. I can't tell you what to write, only you can tell you what to write. However, the best piece of advice I could give you is to say, that story. And go ahead and write that story. And if you're struggling early, quit. Start another story. Keep doing that until you find something that you can stick with. If you can't stick with anything, well, then you have a problem. But that's unrelated. Well met, I am Giselbert, head of security. I heard you had business with Gundabald. Knowing the bristly old bear, I don't doubt he told you to bugger off. Yep, he tells everyone to piss off. I'm on the trail of a masked villain. He went south. Have a cup of sweet tea. Okay, well, let's go deliver tea to the lookouts so they will tell me the information they have looked out for. This is the second time in the Uldanian area we have had to bribe someone with food or drink to do their jobs. Last villain, hiding amongst the refugees. My compatriots live here go about as though they're dead on their feet. 'Tis impossible to tell what's on their minds. For all we know, they're all up to no good. Yep, all refugees are always up to... God, please don't quote me on that. In FF14, they say that all refugees are up to no good. There we go. Yeah, no kidding. God. This sophisticated aroma, it's been forever since I had a drop of sweet Thanalin. A masked man? Don't know, don't care. Unless he's got dark, scaly skin, stands 10 foams tall, and has the face of a lizard, don't give a mummer's fart. I'm not sure what I'd compare Ul'dah to in terms of real-life scenarios, other than Constantinople, obviously. There you go. Have some tea. I climbed up. Up, he saw someone. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I meant more like politically or in terms of its structure, Rex. But you're right, of course. This is the unpleasant lands. I suppose Moroccan, but I don't actually know Moroccan culture and politics all that well, nor economics. Alright. We need to win the people's trust to get the information, to get rumors. Yep. Uh-huh. Yep. I understand what's happening here. Now, normally I'd just go and, you know, try to earn their trust, but I have to actually go back to the Waking Sands. Now, you notice I'm deliberately not talking about Alamigo yet. As weird as it may sound, it's because it hasn't really come up yet, and I feel there's better places to talk about Alamigo. And the occupation, let's just call it what it is. Stormblood is almost entirely focused on the occupation. So, we will have better and more times to talk about this later. All you need to know right now is the word occupation, because that really does say all you need to know in a nutshell. You know what almost frustrates me about this game? Specifically ARR, actually, I should clarify. I am lightning racing through these quests, and it feels like I'm getting nowhere. Like, I am flying as fast as it is possible to go, teleporting all over the place, because I have all the places already unlocked, and I'm absolutely destroying everything instantly, and it still feels like I'm just on a treadmill, you know? Anyways. So, given all that they have suffered, it is of little wonder that the Mhigan refugees have lost faith in their fellow man. They have had their homeland taken from them, and for the past 2 decades they have had to see it remain in the enemy's clutches. To compound matters, none of the 3 city-states have the means to take in all who were displaced. As a result, a great many Mhigans now live on the margins of society, suffering both poverty and discrimination. Would that more could be done to ease their hardships. I fear nothing short of reclaiming their homeland would be a lasting solution. But let us deal with one problem at a time. Returning to the matter of the investigation, there is actually an Mhigan native amongst the Scions. I should be pleased to introduce him to you. Aren't you from... Okay, whatever. Your Mhigan comrade is named Harabert. He joined our cause in the hopes he might find a way to liberate his homeland. While he spares no efforts towards that endeavor, I have no doubt he would also be glad to assist you. He's currently between missions. Look for him in the storage area. Wrong Bert. Funnily enough, this is actually the second Bert we've already met in this game. It isn't Lorunner, the Scion's rising star. Nice mustache. No, yeah, you're absolutely right, Rax. That's why I mentioned pacing, or pacing as a problem. So, my name no longer carries weight. I used to be a member of the Mhigan Resistance, but I left in favor of joining the Scions. Though my allegiance may have shifted, my purpose remains ever the same, the liberation of Alamigo. Yet whatever my reasons were, I abandoned my comrades and they'll have nothing to do with me. Now, while I may have no more friends in the Resistance, I know someone who does. Albreda. She is a resident in Quarry Mill. Okay. Thank God I have the gil to sink for this. This used to be not as expensive as it currently is, too. We've already talked about that. Mm-hmm. Someone earlier asked, I don't even know if you're still here anymore, how these kind of negatives and positives will bleed over into the other expansions. To be very clear, even though I'm divvying it up per expansion for the sake of curiosity and being as informative as possible, the overall ranking, the overall score, is for the game, FF14. So it won't bleed over, it's all part of FF14's review. I was actually thinking about that. Zero. I was actually thinking about that recently, and by recently I mean about 6 months ago, because I was debating legitimately reviewing it per expansion and just doing it that way. Because each expansion is functionally its own game, right? But it's also not. If you pick up FF14 or WoW or STO or ESO or Guild Wars 2 or whatever, and all the expansions, that is one long game you're playing through. If you have to go through the crap to get to the good, the crap is part of that experience, right? The good is part of that experience. And especially in the better ones of these, which would be Guild Wars 2 and I'd say 14 specifically, so much of the early stuff matters later. It comes back, or it is relevant. I mean, we're still dealing with the frickin' Scarlet Briar fallout, for God's sakes. So, yes, thank you for the timing on that, Thunder. Yeah, exactly. You don't watch Season 3 if you haven't seen Season 1 and 2, right? So, that's why I decided to do it this way. I did spend some time considering that, though. WoW is probably the closest thing to an MMO that I could functionally review it per expansion, but honestly, even WoW ties together. It just only does so occasionally, Legion and Pandaria being the 2 big ones. That's the wrong button. Hi! You want me to introduce you to the Resistance? Ah! How else would I do that? Just give me one reason. Harabert sent you. He abandons his comrades. His woman! Now he has the gall to ask me for a favor? Simply incredible. I mean, I realize Harabert was only doing what he felt was right. He's a good man. And if he trusts you, then that's all I need to know. You see that bloke there? That's Mefrid, a captain of the Resistance. I hope he can give you what you need. Hi there. Are you a part of the Resistance? I'm like Bojan rank 18. Does that count for anything? I'm not 25 yet, because I haven't unlocked that yet. Hi, I'm Mefred, proud man of the Mhigan Resistance. What business do you have with me, adventurer? Captain, it's Galleon. His wound's gone infested. He's burning up. I don't think he's got much time. God damn it. I asked the villagers for aid and got my knees and begged, but they refused to lift a finger. If Galleon dies, his blood is on their hands. These quarry-mill cravens would turn a blind eye to our plight, but they might listen to Alberita. I fear my anger might prevent me from rightly convincing anyone at the moment. I realize we scarce know each other, but this is a matter of life and death, please. Okay, let me go heal that person for you. Switch to White Mage. Okay, there's enough healing to heal God. Switch back to Dragoon. We're good. What? In fact, I'm actually kind of curious. Hang on. Let's just do this really quick. No reason. One of Mefred's is in bad shape, you say? I'm sorry, there's naught I can do. I want to help. I do. They're my countrymen, after all, but that means going against the Elemental's will. Oh, for Christ's sakes. The question about actually is not working, but I'll answer your question in a minute. I've been at Quarry Mill long enough to know the right terrible the beings can be. I couldn't forgive myself if everyone gets banished because of me. If there's anyone who can help you, it'll be Charlene, the Hamlet's resident healer. I could just... Here, look! Bwong! Hang on, I got another one. Bwong! I got another one. I got another one. Just give me pull this one out here, and then we got this one. Then we got this. Here, I'll get to pull this one. Come on! This one? No. Okay, whatever. Listen, Jordan. Oh yeah, here's something we'll have to discuss at some point. The this is bad. The POTD. Spit. Okay, moving on. Please aid them. I have no authority to grant your wish. Oh my god. Fine. The Mhigans' petition has been denied. Harsh though it may seem, they do not have leave to receive of the wood's bounty. Ever has it been since time immemorial, and ever shall it be. Spit. Okay, moving on. Wait. Hold up. Just really quick. One more thing. I feel this might actually change your mind slightly. There we go. Moving on. Hi. Honestly, I'm with you. The elementals are dicks. Spit on the elementals and spit on their bloody will. I cannot wait until the Resistance is free of this place. Anyways, you did ask a question, so I'm going to try and answer it manually. If I can find it. There it is. Which nation and city-state, in your opinion, is a net negative on the setting of FF14? Gridania! Good question. I led my men to Quarry Mill hoping to find refuge. Instead, we found indifference. The cold-blooded bastards here want us out, and I can't oblige them soon enough. The problem is some of mine aren't fit to travel. Else Galleon can't even stand. As well you know, the people of this accursed hamlet won't help us, so I've no choice but to turn to you. In my homeland, long antelope horn is a traditional remedy with poison-purging properties. If you could bring me, say, 4 horns, I'd be in your debt. Oh, okay, let's switch back to Dragoon if we're gonna go kill things for their horns. Whoops. Listen, all I'm saying is that the elementals need to burn to the ground. That's all I'm saying. I'm not asking much. It's all good, you know? And we're done. Come on, there we go. You know what, I'll tell you an example of server tick that pisses me off. I can't believe we haven't had it happen yet. So you're walking around, and then you take off. Let's see if no, I can't even do it artificially. You ever see the thing, I'm sure some of you have, where you're flying at, like, walking speed? Like this speed, roughly. Right? I'm almost positive this is actually a server tick thing, now that I'm thinking about it, because what fixes it is stopping dead, and then going forward again, and then you start moving at full speed. That happens to me all the damn time, but and at least probably partially because of how I mount, which is to do this. That's how I mount and fly every single time. And sometimes the tick doesn't seem to be kind. You're back! Tell me you got the horns. Here's the horns. You're a godsend adventurer. Praise Ralgar, there's at least one man in this place who gives a damn. Now we just need to find a way to prepare them. You wouldn't happen to know a man named Buscaron, would you? Some comrades of mine once told me about him. They say he never told folk in need. Yeah, sure. I happen to know of this person. Oh yeah, I do this in WoW all the time, because WoW's different about how it lets you do that. But anyways. And that is true. I'm gonna mess this one up. Oh, it just says octo-lesbians, never mind. Because it makes more sense that, you know, healers wouldn't actually be able to do every kind of healing. This is actually something I ran into in my own setting. If white magic can heal anything or everything, then you have just created a gargantuan thing in your setting that you have to access the entire rest of it around. Like, if you can heal death in lore, if you can heal cancer, if you can heal, you know, AIDS or COVID or whatever else, then issues, right? PAX doesn't get back until, like, Saturday, Gary? I'm down for some Ori if you want to do that tonight. If not, that's also cool. It's up to you. So anyways, hey, what's up? Can you turn these into medicine? Please? Oh, you actually have the remedy already prepped. Cool. Thank you for continuing to... Why is the barkeep the coolest guy in Gridania? Why is this a thing? I was about to say, I feel like that used to be longer. I was about to say something. You know what? That's valid, Krensler. Adventurers for adventuring. So, got your medicine. Alright. Here you go. You're welcome. There's a giant airship nearby. Run! Galleon's gone missing. He shouldn't be walking around with those wounds. We gotta help find him. Quick, quick! Okay, well, let's go. Hey, can that giant... Hey, do you see anything from that giant airship, Rex? We're looking for a dude. Ah, finally. It's about time you asked me about Galleon. I watched him leave Quarrel some time ago, and he left me the sealed letter before he went off. Maybe swear not to open it until someone came asking. My brothers, I cannot bear to be a burden any longer. That's why I must leave you all. Do not worry for me. Just find your way safely to Little Alamigo. Oh my god, you moron. Oh yeah, by the way, that's our daily YouTube mandated suicide in there. Or suicide attempt, at least. In case you think I'm being facetious, they actually say the word suicide right there. And I quote, "The love Galleon bears for his brothers is so strong, he's willing to sacrifice himself for them. Make no mistake. Entering the woods in his weakened state is suicide." So, yes, we helps. Alright. Whoop, put this back. Hey, buddy. Watch out, a goblin! Oh, no! Sorry, that just brings me immense joy to do that. Galleon. Captain, but why? You should all be on your way. What do you take us for? We're Alamegans. Alamegans never forsake one another. Alamegans... Remember the oath we swore? The oath to reclaim our homeland? We'll set foot on Alamegan soil again, together or not at all. Do you understand me? Ah, yes, sir. Good. Let's return to our brothers. I don't even think you're getting off lightly. As soon as you're getting healed, I'm gonna give you a thrashing. Can't thank you enough for saving Galleon. I'll see you back at Quarrymill. You're welcome. I don't think we're going to make it. I was wondering if we'd hit Hawk tonight, but we're not going to, I don't think. Galleon's expected to make a full recovery. We'll linger here till he's strong enough to take the road again. As much as I mislike this place, beggars cannot be choosers. Now that things are relatively settled, I think you wanted something from me. You've proven a friend of my people, so ask anything, and it's yours. Oh, the cooperation of the people of Little Alamigo. Is that it? Far be it from me to question your desires. Of course, yeah, sure. Here you go. Here's a letter. Thanks. That's a little run around, but thank you. Why have you returned? You're not welcome here. I think I made that very... Oh, hello. You spoke with Mefrid. It's been forever, sighed her. I thought he was dead. Whoever you are, Mefrid sees you as a friend. Any friend of you is a friend of mine. I do know of this masked stranger you seek. I will tell you what I can. I feel, however, that I must give you my right pinky, per the Adventurer Code, for forcing you to do this fetch quest. An outsider resembling your masked stranger has reportedly been appearing near Little Amigo. What's more, it seems some of our young bloods are meeting him in secret. No doubt you'll want to question them about their trysts, but they are not like to yield information readily to an outsider. If you tell them I sent you, though, they may feel obliged to talk. And if not... Masked man. No idea what you're talking about. I haven't done anything wrong. Listen, I told them it was a bad idea. All that tripe about believing the masked man and... Oh, you don't know anything about this? Why didn't you say so to start? You can't throw the old bear's name around and expect me not to be... Okay, you're alright. We're gonna pretend we didn't hear that part. This way. Nope. This way. This way. This way. This way. Have you been seeing any masked man lately? Nope, can't say I have, but I'll be sure to tell my friends you're looking for him. Thanks. I'm gonna get a lot of pinkies today, my goodness. There's a bunch been skulking around right suspicious-like, but I got nothing to do with them. I know trouble when I see it, and that's trouble. Mark my words. Well, that was extraordinarily unhelpful. Hello, Tony. Oh gosh. Congrats. Excuse me. Still slightly sick. Congrats with the exam, though. So you have indeed confirmed my suspicions about the masked man. There's an anger burning inside them. I can see it in their eyes. I don't know it, for it once burned in me. It's, well, 2 decades ago. The same anger drove me and my brothers to rise against the despot who ruled Alamigo. Naught would do but to depose him and usher in a revolution. Well, we got a revolution, but it cost us our freedom. Blinded by our hate, we didn't realize we'd been dancing to the Empire's tune. By the time we did, it was too late. Alamigo had fallen. There are times when a man must be patient. Now is such a time, though the young ones know this not. Unless we intervene, they are like to commit great folly. Hey, you. Talk to me. Hey, adventurer, you done talking with the old bear? Got a message from Wilfred. Lad, something of a leader among the young ones. He's impressed that you went over Gundabald, wants a word with you. He's gonna meet you at Ambush Pass if you want to go meet him up there. Well, okay, I guess. I suppose. Oh, yep. Okay. Damn, I actually cannot take that way out. We have to go the long way. Yeah, couldn't go up that high. See, this is the ceiling. Which makes sense. ARR wasn't designed with flying in mind, so this is kind of a workaround. I know I say that a lot, but here we are. Thanks for coming, friend. 'Tis no ordinary outsider who can gain the trust of that old bear. That's why I wanted to meet you to discuss something in private. Tell me, why are you snooping about? Did the Empire send you? Crow, I got your tongue, no matter. Your meddling ends here. Get him! Are you gonna attack me? Hey! And you're dead. Alright, so. Is that it? Is that all you got? You're stronger than you look. This changes nothing. Threaten us, beat us bloody. Nothing short of death can make us give up our fight. We're going to obtain the power to bring down the Empire, and with it, we'll reclaim our homeland. Okay. Yeah, 13... I actually want to review FF13 someday, because I'm really curious how it would actually review. I don't think it'll review particularly well, but I also don't think it'll review as badly as some people would suspect. Except maybe on the story axis. I don't know. We'll see. Attacked by Wilrid? They would go to such lengths. Left to their own devices, the young fools are like to harm again. We must uncover their agenda. I mean, in lore, we're not even a ship. Like, well, no, we've killed Ifrit at this point. Ah. Listen, my dog just wanted to lick FF13's leg, and FF13 pulled out a bat and started beating him to death right in front of me. And I'll never forgive FF13 for that. What? I was out foraging when the Corpse Brigade came. They took me to their hideout and they beat me. And they said I suffer because I cling on to hope. Is it wrong to dream of home? Wrong to call ourselves all Mhigans? Do not heed such poisonous notions, child. Our dreams are what sustain us. Be strong, I swear to you. Those villains will answer for their crimes in due time. But tell me, does anyone else know of this? Wilrid saw me outside. He was so angry. I must tend to Bertliana. In the meantime, I need you to find out what the young ones make of this. I fear they may do something rash. Yeah, taking out a primal by ourselves isn't super unusual, but it certainly is something that catches people's eyes. I don't know, if we're going with Star Wars norms, I'd say we're probably a Corvette at this point. Yeah, one thing I've actually thought about doing when it comes to the 13 run, I've actually studied 13's lore. I had to. I did a lore run of it. I've considered actually going through and not opening the codex at all, and just seeing how that kind of goes, just in the game as is. Oh yeah, we're definitely past the Falcon. That's just a little... honestly, it's a small freighter. That's like a personal freighter. Or a personnel transport. There it is. I always get stuck at this spot right here. And I was stuck at this stupid quest. I'm sorry, this is so dumb, but I remember being stuck on this quest for like 5 minutes trying to find the way up to here, which is how you actually advance the quest. I can just fly up now, but... if this plan succeeds, we'll have the power to lay the Empire low. No, you won't. You poke that bear all you want. Almighty Rhalgar, Lord of Destruction! Baal shows up. Or Baal, excuse me, Baal. Here and interfere again. Well, too late. Our plan is already in motion. Once we have the crystals, our enemies will pay for their crimes, and no one will dare oppress us again. And then we'll kill them all and make them second-class citizens. And wait. I will say this. I find FF13's world building more engaging than its plot or its characters. Now, what I mean by that is its story isn't overall bad, but the parts of the story that get the most focus, the plot and the comparison, the plot and the characters, kind of suck, in my opinion. So, here's the knife, here's the map. Yep, they're untrained, unblooded, have no notion of how dangerous the Amalja are. They'll be butchered before they get within 100 yalms of the crystals. So the youth are running off to steal Amaljan crystals, which they're gathering to summon Ifrit. We've already established that. And steal them to summon their own thing, with blackjack and hookers. Oh, solo only. Sorry, everyone. Whoop. It's actually been a while since our last solo only. Rax has a good point. We must oppose lightning. Wilfred, did no others survive? This is all wrong. Getting the crystals is supposed to be the start. We were going to reclaim our homeland. Here. Pull yourself together. Smack. We were going to make an offering of the crystals to Rhalgar to summon him, just like the masked man taught us. Oh, wouldn't that have been fun? We plotted to steal into Zanark and make off with the Lizardman cash, but they caught us. So many dead. Heathens, you shall pay for your crimes with yourselves. Stomp. We are the Amalja. I regret our young one's transgression, but a soul is too high a price for youthful folly. For all their failings, they are the hope of the Mhigan people. This hope I will guard with my life. Also, we've got this dude with us, so... Hey, I have jump! Check it out! I actually have jump! I am a Dragoon, finally! Yep, we jump now. It's a regular jump, and it has no follow-up attack, but we can jump. I like to think that that's what the Amaljans are saying, because they've fought us before. You know, this is not our first foray. And they're like, wait, they can jump? Bwong! Oh my god. Hello, there we go. Now we have to murder our fellows because they've been tempered, because that's how that works. I do too, actually, Mr. Red. Oh god, it's them! Your skill at arms is impressive. Not really. The battle is won, but it would be unwise to linger. Let's return to Little Alameda. Wait, we came all this way. We have to get the crystals! Have you learned nothing? Did you not see those tempered wretches? Such is the fate of those who are touched by a god. Is that what you wish for yourself and your friends? No one said anything. The masked man told us we could defeat the Empire. He looked so trustworthy, cackling maniacally in his all-black runic robe with his giant blood-red mask of a demon face as he told us... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I know young people are stupid, but god damn. Yeah, oh yeah, can't forget the clawed gloves. Enough, I will hear the rest of the tale. Your sorry tale back in Alamigo. I dare say Lore will wish to hear it as well. Yeah, I wasn't this dumb at his age. I'm sure there are some people that are this dumb. Like that behemoth, but... God. Just... No! Jordan. I'd probably commit suicide, but... The point being... I vow to be mind-controlled forever. I will bear any burden, or pay any price, if you will help me save my people. God. Okay, we're okay. No more lies, tell us everything. Hey. I was outside when he appeared, the masked stranger. Yeah, pro tip, you see someone appear in a black cloud, that's not a good opener, okay? He told us about summoning Rhalgr, about using crystals, and just vanished. We never saw him again. I wanted so desperately to believe we could raise ourselves from this squalor, I never stopped to question his motives. Because I have an IQ of 3. But I should have known. There's no solution, nothing we can do. Our people are doomed to live and die like beasts. Listen to me, our home may be lost. But it takes more than stones and mortar to define who we are. No matter where we may be, El Amigo lives on in us all. It's for you to decide what to make of this legacy, but whatever you choose to do with your life, never forget you owe it to your life to an adventurer, an outsider. I won't, I promise. Thank you for saving me, and sorry I tried to kill you. Are you okay. My thanks as well, friend. It gives us hope to know that there are kind souls such as you out there. Little El Amigo may not have much in the way of comfort, but you'll always be welcome here. You know what? These poor El Mhigans, we should make, like, a new grand company out of the El Mhigans. Back to square one. Would that we had more information to offer, but what Wildred told you is the extent of our knowledge of the masked stranger. Left unchecked, that man will bring about great pain and suffering. I pray... What the hell was that? I pray that you'll find and put a swift end to the creature, for the sake of the young ones who died by his poisoned words. Pray, return to the waking sands. Yeah, we're up to 3. I really should find one of my other accounts. Oh, it's one right here. There we go. Hang on. Let me... It's a little bit over here. Gotta stretch. I actually don't think it'll be as often as we think, but... So that's Waking Sands, and that's Alizé, which I think we're done. Yeah, well, they did literally cut down on them. Oh yeah, by the way, so we just did an entire quest arc, which accomplished nothing. However, from a narrative perspective, what that quest was these are the refugees. These are the El Mhigans. That is the purpose of that quest arc. In terms of gameplay and plot and everything, we were running our wheels. But they did actually bother to try and establish what the El Mhigan plight is. They mentioned the Corpse Brigade twice, if you were paying attention. Didn't actually elaborate. Don't need to. But we know who the Corpse Brigade are. We know that El Amiga is occupied. We know that the people live as refugees wherever they want to be, etc. So I cannot in good conscience give that quest arc a negative. I might give it a positive. No, I can't really do that. But what I could do... I don't think we're going to see any Babylon 5 effect in ARR, because they hadn't planned out, really. But I think we will see some foreshadowing in ARR. Establishment, like you were saying. I'm going to debate that. Put that down in one of the question marks. Jotting down some specific foreshadowings we've already had there. Hi, Maverick. Even though you can't see me. Oh, I missed out on Bregman's poses. I need to see those. Welcome back, Lore. I am reliably informed the investigation took you to Quarry and Little Alamigo. Were you able to learn aught of La Habrea? Not really. Planted the knowledge of summoning in an impressionable young mind, you say. Precisely the kind of deception the Asians would employ. While many of the ills that ail the land can be attributed to the calamity, some are being brought by a malign will. We must needs to... God damn it, Fragment. We must needs delve deeper into this while things remain quiet on the primal front. All work and no play makes Minfilia a dull scion. Did you say something? Nothing, milady. Yep, let's rest a while before we continue with the next quest. Alright, that's enough. While you were tending business, some new information arrived courtesy of our friends, the Sylphs. That's paying off quickly. An individual fitting La Habrea's description has been sighted in the North Shroud. This sighting comes in the wake of a series of mysterious deaths in the same area. My instincts tell us it's him. Go! Also, talk to the Sylph. Sylphs are cool. That, or we could replace one of the more actual dull sections of quests, Dr. Winter, with the one we just did. Kind of pepper it throughout, you know? They do mention refugees early on in Ul'dah. I don't know. Ah! Hi, Noraxia, if I could... Hang on. There we go. Walking one is to investigate Sinister One? Heed well this one's words. This one is friends with a walking one in the Ash Crown Consortium. According to Friendly One, a digging one named Medrad had an encounter with a scary masked one. This masked one is most certainly a sinister one. Walking one should go and speak with Digging One Medrad. Digging one is found at Falgord Float. My least favorite part of the Shroud. But why, I hear you say? Because I've done the Ixal's quests. People obviously do play Tor, though. It's doing well enough in order to get the another expansion greenlit, so that's something. Alright, where is... Oh, God! Okay, so which one's that one? I don't know the Rangers well enough. I mean, that's totally the Rangers. Yep. No, that's them. So that's apparently red. That one's black. A long one. Yellow. I could probably get a better shot of these. Hang on. There we go. Ah! Mr. Red's in the way. Where's Pink? Where's Pink? What? What? There's no Pink? Alright, I called Jip. I'm out. I'm out. That's it. This game sucks. Why would anyone even play this game? There's no Pink! Actually, hang on. Let's go over here first. Nobody likes green. Or white. Ah, the zone of my nightmares. Hang on. I gotta go do like 17 gathering and crafting quests really quick. I gotta go here, and I gotta kill this thing, and I go over here, and I gotta kill this thing. It's a shame, because I actually rather like the story. In fact, Sezul here is probably gonna get a positive by himself, because he's kind of awesome. But, yeah. Anyways. Prettiest area in ARR? Now that's an interesting question. Instead of answering that, I'm going to point to that nonsense over there. Do you see that monstrosity? This is the best shot I can get of it, isn't it? Right about there. We will talk about that later. I hate trees. But a prettiest area. So I'm going to go ahead and be honest. No zone in ARR strikes me as visually appealing. I don't mean that as a dig. I mean that as a statement of fact. Gridania area is, well, it looks like this. You've seen it. And you've seen the Limsa Laminsa area. And you've seen the Thanalin area. There's a couple areas you haven't seen, which is going to be up here in Korthus. This is probably as good looking as ARR gets, is this zone right here. But even this one is actually fairly basic compared to some of the later ones that we'll actually have in Heavensward. Like that one, for example. Similarly, there is Mordona, which actually kind of sucks. It's the worst zone in the history of the... Sorry. We'll debate if there's any good zones up here when we get to that, because that's obviously a thing. But by memory, this is a zone I rather enjoy visually, the Dravanian hinterlands. And, of course, I mean, duh, as is law, which I feel is duh, right? That being said, by memory, all the zones turbo suck. I'm actually double checking. This zone looks nice, the steps. I haven't explored it all. Huh. And, nope, that's it. All the zones turbo suck. I spit upon them. Patooey. Never, Jordan. I will never complete my map. Unless I do it on camera. There are actually zones I do enjoy visually in this game. Almost all of the first zones I enjoy visually in this game. But yeah, the zone, I do agree, the zones overall, especially just purely visually, get better as we go through. Like this isn't bad, I have seen worse. But to be perfectly blunt, and you can really tell if you do this is very PS2. A lot of the textures, a lot of the brickwork. You'll notice I haven't given any pluses for brickwork. Or, you know, the usual visual storytelling stuff. Because a lot of these zones are just kind of whatever. Not very impressive, and they don't do a lot with it. I don't hold that against them, but I can't give a positive for these zones because they are literally visually unimpressive. That being said, we'll get to some better zones later. But for now, I am going to go and chop off. Hopefully we'll be able to get the QA bot working, but otherwise tomorrow we will continue the quest to get to Hawk Matter, and hopefully get to Titan at some point tomorrow. No, I haven't even looked into Endwalker. I haven't even started Endwalker. In fact, I haven't even actually finished Shadowbringers, to be completely complete about that one. I'm still in the Shadowbringers quest content. Anyways, I will see at least some of you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, as usual.